That's about right. Get some of the shit out of the way. Basically, this thing was evolved from ESPs.
There's their ad. G'day champions. Got Dad here, just playing with his valve tester.
Yeah, g'day.
So,
Alright, what we've got is let's have a quick look underneath first, eh?
yeah, right.
Take all this shit
Yeah,
out. Yeah.
Afternoon, Lyle. Evening, whatever it is. What is it?
Hey, Lyle.
It is 6:03:45 seconds.
This is my Butte valve tester. I saw the need to build a valve tester because Brad had something like in output pentodes and tetrodes we had about 90 valves to test. Of no real value as far as you can't resell them, but if he's got a spot where he needs to instead of risking a new valve, you can risk one that's we've tested that verifies to be good.
Yeah.
Reasonably good.
Or a cheap ass customer that doesn't want to pay for a new set of valves.
That's right. So I started looking at valve testers on I suppose Google, just searching the bloody thing, and come up with Rod Elliott's. That was good, but it didn't give you the things I was looking for, like being able to read mutual conduction straight off the machine. You had to get. The other thing was that one was hitting the valves with pure AC, and the AC was actually to me is not a real situation. If you're doing like when you're setting up the output stage of a power of a guitar amp, power amp, or whatever. It's all at a static DC condition, and you're adjusting the bias for particular dissipation and so on. So I wanted to be able to emulate that in this tester, and none of them really came close to that, or one did, but it looked pretty shit. This guy made it in the base of a bloody frying pan, an oven baking dish.
Yeah. If you're going to spend all that money, wouldn't you just get a chassis? Like,
Look at it.
Yeah, it's too thin.
And I thought, well, I like his concept in areas here, but
Yeah.
I end up using some of it, not all.
So who was that, sorry?
That was I don't know who it was. I don't think they've got the name on it even.
All right. That's how you know it's good. There's no name.
But, you know, he's got these little meters he's got there, little meters he bought from J-Car.
Just panel meters, yeah.
Yeah.
You may as well.
They're $4 each or something.
Yeah. You may as well go all out, eh?
Yeah, and
But is it inexpensive way to DIY it? So he's producing this for other people.
It will work,
Yeah.
definitely. There's no doubt about that. And I just didn't like that concept of building it like that.
Yeah.
And I was used to, back in the Royal Australian Air Force days, we had proper valve testers, and those you nearly had to have a degree to use the bastards. And you get in those, you could actually check the parameters of the valve. You could actually, or you couldn't print curves or anything, but they were a pretty sophisticated bit of gear. And this is what I was trained to. No, not going that sophisticated, but what I ended up doing was choosing a range of valves that we needed to be able to look at for general use. I don't want to be able to test every valve on the planet. So
why not?
Why? Because we don't have every valve on the planet. You can't get them anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, importantly, these meters came from that's Brad's mum's uncle.
Yeah.
Who used to be a TV tech in Melbourne.
I think they're Tektronix meters.
Yeah.
In his estate, with the bits and pieces that we went through, a lot of his stuff was it looked like Tektronix.
Yeah.
I forget the name of the meter company, but yeah, it's one that you find pretty common.
But he was a sort of a pretty active ham, and he had all these meters and stuff laying around, and that's actually one of his sockets.
Yeah, right.
And I end up, these are all pretty well brand new in a box, and I found a label, a screen back printing program, printed up these backing plates, and
Did you draw them up yourself?
No, there's a little program I found on.
Okay,
online,
and it generates the meter movements.
Yeah.
The meter backings.
You can change the degrees of whatever, how many gradicules you want.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty clever little program.
That is. Yeah, that's very specialised.
Yeah, and then just use my little inkjet Canon printer and did them with that. But so important things are plate current, plate voltage, screen voltage, grid bias, and heater voltage. I'm finding that the analog meters aren't really accurate enough to get good, reliable figures.
At least you know if it's going off the chart.
Yeah,
Gives you instantaneous feedback, but it doesn't give you very accurate feedback.
It's good for quick check. Yeah. But if you want to more accurately analyse a valve, you need to have digital meters. And I'm going to get rid of that, and probably that, and I'm probably going to expand some more sockets, and just have more banana jacks where you can actually plug in meters and just do it all from there, and maybe even have a couple of sockets where you can change the configuration of the pins just by jumping from jacks to jack sort of thing.
I mean, rotary switches are an option too.
Yeah, that's getting a bit too elaborate. You know,
it's starting to be a bit of a rat's nest, eh?
Yeah, but you don't want to. We don't want to be able to test all valves, but as I said, but with like EF86s, I can't test in this at the moment. They've got a different configuration to any of the slots I've used here. But important, I've got 6 AQ5s, EL84s, 6 M5s, all the 12As, A asterisk dot 7s.
Yep.
5Y3s, 5 U4s, 5 AU4s, 5 R4s, 5 AR4s, and all the power pentodes, and you can run them in triode mode. And when you're on the rectum fryers, you can actually check the conductivity of each anode.
Each anode, yeah.
So you can see if one's falling down against the other.
So you can just replace one anode if you want.
Yeah, no, if there's an unbalance, you'll see that in your ripple anyway.
You just got to go out to space to work on it.
Yeah, and same with the AX7s, you can only do one side at a time.
Yeah.
There's also a button here for a gas test. What that does, when you put that button in, or press the button, you're introducing a 1 meg resistor in the grid stopper. So that then takes control of the grid away from, or the valve's not being controlled by the grid anymore.
So hang on, a 1 meg resistor as a grid stopper?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, instead of a 10k.
Okay, right.
Which is the standard one we've got in at the moment.
Okay.
That basically what that's doing is taking the control of the grid away from it, and if there is a hint of gas in the valve, and the gas will ionise, you'll either get an indication of an increase in plate current when you press that button in,
yep.
Or you'll get the go, or it could be in a heavy condition of, it'll go to ionising and then arcing.
It'll actually arc.
Yeah, so if you see a valve arcing, it's more than likely, can be an overheated screen which is disintegrating itself and shorting things out. But the arcing can appear to be more severe. A couple of valves which I come across which were supposedly arcing, they weren't, but it was gas.
It's gassy.
Yeah, and they glow as well as arc when you press that button in.
Had too much Taco Bell.
Yeah, that's it. But on the downside, there's with this system, I've got three transformers. The plate and screen voltage are adjustable. They're not regulated. That's probably going a bit too far. You just got to be on the ball and keep an eye on things when you make a change. Because the plate voltage and screen voltage are derived from the same transformer. They are under here. You can see.
Let's move them back a bit so we can get it centralised.
That can lay on its middle, right?
Yeah, I took the valve out.
Yeah.
Let's put this light on.
Yeah. As you can see, there's the plate and screen supply.
Let's move back a bit.
Yeah, that's the plate and screen supply. Oh yeah, yeah. This one's the heater supply. It's nothing I'll have to change, as I went by Rod Elliott's guidance on that to be able to test 12 volt valves, 12 volt heaters, but we're finding I'm finding that with the, I don't use the 12 volt because we just configure it like you do in most amps, where you've got your AXs and ATs and whatever running with 4 and 5 as your centre tap and pin 9. So I only need 6. But when
I mean, let's face it, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, that's what we're testing.
Yeah, and the transformer's okay for EL84s with drawing 1.6 amps. It's on the limit of this transformer because I've got a 23. It's a 15 volt, 15 volt secondary, which means there's too much headroom being dissipated by the regulators. Because we've got running DC heaters. DC heaters are being regulated on that heatsink there. It's I can't remember what the output training or what the main regulator training is, but it's just a.
There's your screen. Just enlarged it for you.
Okay. So that's the heater supply. The bias supply is incorporated down in this area. That's the bias supply from this transformer. That's putting out 72 volts. Wrecked and fry that.
Wrecked and fry it.
And I just used 3 Zeners, 320 volt Zeners to limit it to 60 volts. And once again, that's then adjustable via this little shit right here. So, and this is the other heatsink here is the screen and plate supply.
Right.
And that's with big FETs. They're actually K3878 and
2SK2837 and 3878.
Yeah, there are a couple of randoms I had in the junk box. And
Just got to piss with the cock you got,
that's it,
as they say. And you've got the best quality alpha pots going around.
Yeah. This is an old one from back in the day.
Is that an old wire wound?
No, that's a carbon, but it's.
Is it?
But it's actually.
I'm talking about this one here, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just showing them.
Yeah, that one is actually back from they were a level controller made on a music colour I made back in.
I remember the music colour. Yeah, the light organ thing. Yeah.
And I was looking for a 1K pot, and I didn't have any, and that was the nearest I had. But I had to clean it up, and it's a bit dicky. I got to get a better one for that.
That's all right.
So,
well, this is revision 1.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing is this board here is the actual dynamic mutual conductance stage, you would call it. That's basically works on the valve under test, be it a pentode, triode, or the twin triodes or whatever. You can actually check the mutual conductance of all your amplifying valves. There's a 10-turn 50k pot there. What this effectively does, it sends a sample voltage to your grid, or a voltage to the grid of the valve. There is a voltage divider in there which gives you a 1/40th sample.
So you mean a signal?
A signal.
Yeah, so when it says voltage, send a signal to the...
An AC signal. The designer of this was the Australian Valve Museum.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know the website. Yeah.
Yeah. And they worked on... it's a very well thought out... the Valve Museum.
Dynamic mutual conductance tester.
Yeah.
I'll put links to all this stuff in after we've done
it. Yeah. So what they're basically doing, this is a valve version. I opted to make this one because it's a lot simpler. I didn't have room for another valve. So it's it has a sample signal coming in here. They've chosen 4 kc, or they call it kilohertz. They did call it kc on the old valve version, but it's actually 4 kilohertz going into the op amp. You get about 2 volts out of the op amp. That's the aim you're looking for to drive your valve. This is the divider I'm talking about. You've got a 22 ohm resistor in series with the pot. You set that ratio up to be 40:1.
Here's a pointer.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, 40:1. That's the 1. That's the 40. So you make that overall 40, and that gives you a 40th sample to capacitively coupled to this wire wound 10-turn pot. The valve then gives you a sample across this plate resistor, which is only 22 ohms, the same as this one. These resistors I had to match them up. And by placing a large capacitor, 47 mic, that actually puts that at AC ground, and you're getting a 1/40th representation across that resistor to this side of the pot when you're in balance. Now, the idea of the pot is it's got a vernier scale, so you can get an accurate reading off the scale. And when you got this, we'll show you shortly. When you've got it active, you will get you set up the plate current and the plate voltage and the bias that you want to do the conductance test at. Then you've got to adjust the vernier on the pot, and you look at the output of that on the oscilloscope, or you can have they say using a little audio amplifier and listen to the speaker. But
till a signal goes away.
Yeah. So I think the Crow's more accurate. And from there you can get the null. You read the graticule on the vernier, and then this is a chart they provided.
Got some reflections there.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's this line here is the graticules on the pot. The 10 turns. There's 1 turn, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and these are the mutual conductance values that you'll have when you if you got say a reading of say 750, 760, 765, that ends up being 2000 mutual conductance. And consequently you go the other direction with the valves which have got very little gain, you'll end up with a lower mutual conductance. So it proved to be very good. I've checked it against some new valves which have been have the mutual conductance at a particular current specified, and you put it in this and it's pretty much spot on. So it's a good indication of condition of the valves. Whereas, the other thing is, from the chart of the valves I tested,
this is all my reject valves. So when we've had a match quad or match pair or whatever, where one's gone short or they're overheated or they've been damaged or one's lost vacuum or whatever, they all go into a bag and get given back to the customer. But often the customer goes, I don't give a shit, throw them out, whatever. I'm like, okay, so I'll put them in a box, set them aside, and I was planning on one day either testing them or just selling them as a dud lot, and someone with a tester can buy them for, I don't know, $100 for a box of them or something. I'm not, or hang them from the Christmas tree at Christmas.
No, give them to me.
So that's the other thing. I gave them to Dad I intended for them to be used by him because a lot of the musos down there, they're trying to keep these amps running on a shoestring budget. So I figured if you've got a way to reliably test them, you could give them to them without warranty and say, look, I'm not giving you warranty on these valves, but I've tested them and they're functioning and they're performing well.
You just pay me for your labour.
And you can, I'll repair the amp, repair the damage from the failed valve that you presented it with, and then give you a pair of ones that I've tested are good, free of charge, but there's no warranty, but you can pay me for the labour and parts other than the valves. So that was the idea, to keep gear on the road for people that can barely afford it. And then send Dad broke by building valve testers from scratch. So anyway, here's the graph of the box of valves that I gave him, and I'm talking like large box,
that's 90
probably.
power valves.
I'll show you the box.
And what I was going to this spreadsheet for was to show you that during the testing, from these figures you can derive the plate dissipation at the level you've tested it at. So this particular EL34. 250 volt plate, 250 volt screen, 55mm plate current, had a mutual conductance of 8000, and its dissipation was 13.75 watts at that setting. So it's very, very handy.
There's the box.
There you go. So the other part of this project was to build a chassis, and I built all this chassis from my rough little bender I made up out of bits of angle. I cut the sheet on my bandsaw and then run it through the jointer to clean the edges up. I use nutserts to actually join it all together, so I can actually take a panel off the side if I want to pull a transformer out or get to something, get more access to it via the removable panels. So it's ended up being a pretty solid little unit, and it's open for some variation, which I'm going to do. As I said, I'll remove some of the meters and replace them with sockets to use digital meters with. Where's that light coming from? Where's that shadow from, Brad?
What are you after?
That shadow.
The shadow. Just turn that light off for a sec, maybe.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it just looks dark.
Looks dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put the light on, but it's just reflecting like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyhow.
If you turn it like that. It's just reflective surfaces, mate.
Yeah,
That's what we're dealing with.
So it's been a fun little project, and it's open for some variation. I'm going to improve it. So
It sure looks cool. Just visually, doesn't matter if you don't know what you're doing because you look like you do. So
well, I think I do.
let's just catch up on the old chat, eh? So Lyle was here, but he had to go for dinner. Bastard 13. Do you have any schematics for that? We just showed you a little bit, but what I'll do is I'll link in the resources that Dad used.
I'm actually going to draw a complete one.
And he's going to draw one in KiCad, however you want to say it. G'day Alex, that's Serious Amplification. And Elaine is here, Fluid Audio Group.
Is that Elaine?
So he's representing. Seth says, I made a test fixture for a Tektronix 576 curve tracer and added 456.3 and 12.6 volt heater supplies and a screen supply. You test all the triodes as FETs. Ah, okay. So yeah, you can adapt it.
Okay.
Suppose, yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, I don't have one of those Tektronix beasts.
I have heard of people using tube testers to test high voltage FETs too.
Yeah. Well, there's no reason you couldn't.
It's just a glorified power supply,
really,
isn't it? Yeah.
You can just plug it in the triode, make a little adapter to plug it in the 12AU socket.
Yeah, that's right.
Or any socket, really. You just make it a triode or a pentode.
Oh, wouldn't say Lyle. Elaine's giving us shit for our accent. Hashtag Zeners. We call them Zeners. They call them Zeners.
Zeners.
Yeah.
And solder.
Solder your Zener. There is a breakout box for all of the tube sockets, so pretty much anything goes from old pre-octal 4-pin to 12-pin compactrons. And everything in between. Yeah, so compactrons would be tricky because then you're dealing with three triodes, but they're so rare these days we can just forget they exist.
You only test one section of the valve at a time anyway.
Yeah.
So.
I was wondering about ways to make a compactron replacement, maybe like with FETs that slots in, because compactrons are pretty much unobtainable these days. And if you do find one, they know that they're valuable, so they charge an absolute shit ton for them. Yeah. That gentleman's piece of homebrew kit is actually more useful than my curve tracer is, and it doesn't take up a lot of scope cart's footprint. Yeah, the curve tracers are not small. James, how you going, mate? Kilohertz and the Sunshine Band.
Yeah.
Hey, J-Docs, however you pronounce your name. All right, someone else likes Express PCB for making schematics too. Yeah. Express PCB? Oh, do you use that?
No, it'd be KiCad.
Oh, he's probably talking about the document we just looked at. Yeah. James said, "I'll buy that box from you. Is it still for sale?" Well, no, it's not.
I can make you one.
No, he's talking about the box of valves.
Oh, okay.
And Trav's here, and we've caught up. Sweet.
Well,
do you want to do a test run? Or?
We actually used this the other day on that valve, these
the Supro.
Supro.
Yeah.
It was low output and sounded shit. And when I went to do the dissipation, one was way out. One low as hell, and the other one was still lower.
Yeah, that was a Supro Jupiter. So it came in with reports of, sorry, just playing with the focus. Yeah. Reports of slight hum modulated by the trem, and I found it was sounding okay-ish, but not great. And then we found that if anyone on my Facebook page probably saw, I posted a short video of the treble control cutting in and out when you jiggled the knob, and we had a closer look. Well, Dad had a closer look, and he's been helping us out with the amps. Oh, hiccups right when I'm trying to talk.
You're Scotch, mate.
yeah, don't talk about it. So we found, or Dad found, I shouldn't take credit for Dad's work. Dad's been giving us a hand catching up on the electronics while I've been smashing out some guitars. And found that the circuit board was too far back from the front panel. So when you tighten the pot nuts on their bushings, it pulls the pots forward, but they can't go anywhere because they're dual gang pots. There's no flex to them. So it seems to be a board that's built for multiple models, some of which are multiple channels, whereas the Jupiter isn't multiple channel, but they've used the dual gang pots anyway. So there's no flex at all. You notice on a lot of amps where you pull out the main board and the pots tilt back or forward. That's indicating there's a little bit of play in them, but in this there was zero. So when you tighten the nuts on the bushings, it pulled the wafer off the front of the pot. So several of the pots had failed, so we had to take it off and retension them all. They're like unobtainium pots because they've got a mounting bracket and they're dual gang, and so that was fun. What came in for just a basic little bit of hum ended up, once you disturbed it and undid some stuff, then all the other gremlins came crawling out, so that's always fun. And then we found the output valves were massively out of balance.
That's where the hum was coming from.
Yeah, so new set of valves, and it was basically just repair of the pots, wasn't it? Yeah,
repair the pots.
So it was a Supro Jupiter. So yeah, I mean, all the other techs have been harping on this too, but yeah, just don't buy Supro. Sorry. Anyway, do you want to blow up a couple of valves?
No, I'm not going to blow up anything.
Oh, come on.
No. I'll put in this this Butte out of the box, brand new L34.
Oh yeah, this one's a good one. I went to install this on an amp about 6 months ago.
I was here the day you were doing that.
Yeah, it was about 6 months, wasn't it?
It was 3 months.
So 6 months. That's how our time works. We think it was 2 weeks, and it was 2 months. So it was functioning fine.
Yeah.
But broken micro washer from the factory. It was like that when it came out of the box. So I visually inspect all the valves before I install them. But I wasn't trusting this one in someone's amp, so it went into the little sample pot that we just play with. Yeah. As an electronically functioning valve, but not something I mechanically wanted to trust to be thrown around in the back of a ute, you know. So that's JJ's quality right there. Someone was defending JJ's and basically calling me a liar in one of the last videos. It's like, dude, I go through more valves than you, so just fuck off. Anyway, so that one's a good little sacrificial lamb.
We'll whack it in the socket.
Yep.
Run it in pentode mode. Bring up its heater voltage.
Let's get those meters over. Yep, we can see them all.
That stresses the old transformer a little bit. I did a 5x3 the other day. 5U4 it was.
Let's just turn that light off so we can see the meter movement.
Yeah.
It's a bit annoying because it's reflective, but let's just bring them down a bit. So sorry, I'm being the annoying cameraman.
That's all right.
Just so we can see everything.
Oh yeah, they're out of the screen. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, 6.315. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
We need to be running at around about 14 volts is the standard test point according to the data sheets. 14 volts on the grid. It's more like me, right? Yeah. Oh, there was about that. So that is actually minus.
Yeah.
I'll fix that.
It's voltage is scalar, mate.
There you go.
No.
So we've got 14 volts there. We'll bring the plate and the screen up. Bring the plate up first, and the screen. Mains a bit low, so I'm only just barely getting 250 here, but that's fine. It's giving what the spec sheet says, a bit better actually.
Sitting around 243 volt.
Yeah. The EL34 is normally around about 70 with these parameters, 250 and 14 on the grid. 6.3 heaters, you've got normally 72 milliamps. That's saying it's a good valve. If we do a mutual conductance check on that,
feed it some signal.
Yep.
What frequency are you feeding it?
With those values, they specified in this document, don't go less than 47 mic on the bypass for the anode circuit.
Right.
Because they rely on that being at 4 kilohertz, the 47 mic capacitor is about 0.8 of an ohm. So it's giving you an AC path to ground of about 0.8 of an ohm.
Right.
So I don't know, we can't charm that pretty much, can we? If I wind that along now, I can find the null
Yes,
point.
I can. Sorry, hang on. Bear with me.
Yep. By the way, too, this valve's running at around about 100% dissipation at the moment.
Alright, let's see if this works. I've got Droid Cam up as well. Boom!
Oh, look at that. Okay, there's the out of balance waveform. I'm adjusting the vernier on the 10-turn pot. We go for the null.
Null.
Gone through it. That's about it there. And that gives us a reading there of 920 on the vernier. I looked it up on the graph. And 920 is giving me about 9,500 micromos.
Micromos.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. So we were changing that control there, which is the vernier.
Yeah. If we wanted to test the valve at a lower level, like more realistic, probably around about 40 milliamps. Your mutual conductance does go down. Screen plate have gone up a little bit. I've got my 250, and you can see the mutual conductance has gone out of balance. So we can go back down to balance it. And there it is there. And that's 865, which now shows us we've come down to probably, what's that, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, it's about 6,000 micromos
That's
from
just
9,000.
a detail of the vernier there.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So that's how easy and quick it is to do it. Very, very useful. So, I don't know what else to say now.
That's it, mate. Now we'll get to some bloody work,
get,
eh?
Get some work done.
I'll just catch up here.
Yeah.
We got lucky buying that curve tracer. Paid a 550 extra to have the scope cart shipped with it.
Yeah.
The cart drawer was chock full of useful text fixtures and worth about $2,000. Nice. Yeah, once you start getting like the specialist, like the what's a set of bloody differential probes worth? Something astronomical, or high voltage probes usually for a good one starts at around $500-600. Yeah. Prices add up very quick. You know, you buy a scope, you think, finally bought a scope. It's like, shit, I need probes that are $200 each for a good one. It's like, fuck. And then you break the tip off it. You can't just buy the tip. You've got to buy a whole new probe. Fuck! Anyway, when I first plugged in the 576, smoke came out. A resistor in a voltage divider had popped loose. The manual even advises to fully inspect the insides after long periods of non-use. It had sand in it too. Wow. Well, I hope the sand wasn't from a resistor, because I've found sand in amplifiers before, and I thought that's weird. And then I found that it was because one of the cement resistors had overheated and basically ablated the shit that the coil was embedded in. Yeah. I'm interested in hearing more about the press brake though. Okay, so it's that Alex wants to talk about the metalwork involved.
Yeah. Well, as I say, I've made a couple of bass amps. I've made all sorts of shit at home, and I've got this thing in such a way that I've successfully bent 1.6mm alley, about 450 wide, and it's only using a 2-inch angle, 2x1/4 angle. I've got to brace it though, because it does bow out a bit, and I need to. I've been playing with metalwork all my life, and I use a bit of ingenuity there to sort of work out how I'm going to do it and still maintain a straight line on the bend.
Yeah.
Blocks of wood, lump hammer.
Lump hammer. If it doesn't hurt, get a big. If it doesn't work, get a bigger hammer. Jesus, I can't even speak.
Because you can actually see here, I've been getting. This is all 1.6 alley as well, and I'm getting bends. I better unplug.
Yeah, what's the rate? That's only about 2mm.
Yeah.
3mm maybe.
You can't get it much tighter than that.
No. Even stuff I've got professionally fabbed has been about that.
Oh, these want to be little.
There's one of your turrets.
Yeah. These are little turrets from the Air Force back in the day.
Yeah. They look like they're stealing shit from the rack. Come on, who doesn't pocket shit from time to time, eh?
Everyone did in those days.
I don't think.
All right.
I don't think our government is that on the ball to be watching this stream.
Yeah. So I'm getting. That's about a 12mm bend. It was a 10mm inside, and it ended up being about 12. This one was a little bit bigger.
12.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, right. That was the tab.
Across.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I didn't want to make it as a. I was going to make it as a wraparound, and that's too much fucking round. So I thought, no, easy to do the little panels.
Because you're going to be removing the panels all the time.
And these nutserts I found to be fantastic.
So you just press them in with like what, a G clamp?
Pliers.
Pliers.
Proper pliers.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like you're doing a nut. One of your.
Let's just zoom in on the detail there. I'll just get the light happening again. I'll be the annoying cameraman. So see there.
You can see that down in this end.
Just hang on. Here's your
here's
your window.
Oh yeah.
Just watch the screen here.
Oh yeah. I can't.
So go this way.
Yeah, that's it.
Go down.
Oh yeah.
That's all right. We can zoom in.
Yeah.
Penny Boy doesn't mind zooming, just hates focusing.
Yeah.
So you can see down the bottom there.
Yeah.
It's like a little collar that's got a screw. So basically, you've got what?
They got a clearance hole, not a clearance hole. It's a push fit hole for steel outlets around about there, about 4.25 mil or something.
You can see both sides there. So that's basically one of them, but from the other side.
Yeah.
And you can see there where there's been a bit of pressure on there.
Oh, I give it a pin to make sure it stays in there.
Yeah.
And I haven't had any come out yet, and I use these beautiful little Allen key head screws. Look at them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're almost like the ones on the almost like the intonation adjustment screws off of Floyd Rose Bridge.
But I do. I think I've got some photos of the. It's only a couple of bits of angle. I welded cross tabs on the end of the 2 bits of the angle. So and then drilled holes in them, and I've threaded. I tapped the hole in. I think it's about 12mm metric, and that is actually like a hinge with just enough clearance for the sheet to go through. And you clamp it up. It's all using G clamps and bloody whatever.
Yeah.
And but I've found it very effective. You've seen all the chassis I've made.
Yeah.
So
well, it's a bloody sight lot cheaper than a friggin' Magna Bend or something.
Yeah. Well, the local sheety down Bateman's Bay area where we live, they wouldn't. I don't know that they'd entertain this sort of stuff. They'd say it costs you a fortune because it's so fiddly.
Yeah.
And,
I'm yet to send some prototype stuff to my mate over here, and he's got a CNC machine, but they've got a lot of work on, and I don't want to inconvenience them, so I kind of want to do a run of a few chassis, even though I only need like one.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is kind of make them universal a little bit, so I can use them for other projects, and that way we're both happy. He gets a decent pay, that it's a decent job. I know as a shop owner, as a small business owner, how much of a pain in the arse it is when people want favours off you, because you don't want to disappoint them, but you kind of have to, because you're already stressed out and really pushed for time how it is, and then people want freebies off you. It's like no go. So I just don't even entertain the idea of trying to get freebies or mates rates off people. I actually want to get a job done, but of course I want to get a reasonable return for investment as well, so I want to manufacture a few of them at once that I can use at a later date. But for a valve tester or something, it's sort of a one-off, so it suits the DIY thing, because you're sort of figuring it out as you go too. I mean, did you like draw all this out from scratch?
No.
So
I just worked off these 3 diagrams.
Yep.
I didn't like any one in particular, but I've made it up out of all 3, and that was all in the head as I go.
Yeah.
That's why I got an ugly head. that one, and the fry pan one.
The frying pan. Yeah. Oh, mate, what's he going to make his Lamingtons in now? His wife will not be happy.
It's not too bad. The way he's got the grid stoppers and that, I end up using that, and that's where the gas switch is. He
sort of kind of acknowledges that you might want to use a meter for that instead of a meter movement as well.
Yeah. Well, I found that's pretty essential, really.
Because he wrote DMM, not DVM, so that means that...
They're little multimeters.
Yeah.
I think you said they're $4
Oh, hang on. What, they're like inside the...
Yeah.
Oh. So he's actually got a dial and everything, and he's just hitting that away.
Just hit the
Oh,
dial
okay.
wheel.
No, see, that's a bit hacky.
There it is, here, look.
Oh my god. All right, so he's got Amazon actual handheld multimeters in there. That's a bit dodgy.
I don't know what the accuracy would be like.
Yeah.
But, I think I prefer the accuracy to Flukes.
I just thought they were the panel-mounted meters.
No, I use those in my power supply.
Yeah.
And they're not
Why
really...
didn't he use them? Well, I guess he's trying to make them cheap. They're probably more expensive than a multimeter.
Well, the ones I bought on eBay for my bench power supply, that was another chassis I made.
Yeah.
They were. They just for indicative purpose only. They're plus or minus.
Go, no go.
0.2 of a volt.
Testing batteries, that kind of thing.
No, just for bloody winding up 12 volts to run the something off the power supply, like my little radio transmitter or something.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I know DMM is digital multimeter. What? Hang on. Digital multimeter meter? DMM meter. Yeah, that's like PCB boards.
Yeah.
Or ATM machine. Ass to mouth machine. Moving on.
Yeah,
Did you want to test? Did we have anything to actually test in it? I think we're all done.
I got one that'll arc.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, let's test a fail valve.
Quick one.
That'll be fun.
You can find it in the box.
Okay.
Hang on, I'll give you a number.
Give us the number, yeah.
That's no good. Not leakage. Here we go. Internal short and arcing. 6L6 number 10.
Number 10.
Yeah. I'll put this back together. See if we can blow the tester up. Nothing like being able to blow the tester up.
Oh, you got two here marked dead as well, just no current.
They just don't conduct anything.
Yeah,
They're dumb.
they're dumb. Oh yeah, there it is, number 10.
Yep. Where's my little... Oh, yeah.
Alright, so everyone's got to guess what brand is going to be the shorted one. Do I hear brands? I'm not taking it out of the box. It's not Tube Amp Doctor because that's what I've replaced it with. That's why they ended up in the Tube Amp Doctor box. So everyone have a guess as to what brand the shorted valve will be. Zach asks, did Brad go to school or college to learn electronics, or did his father teach him everything? Neither. Dad didn't want to teach me. He's been teaching me since I've been older because I'm less annoying. But I don't know. I just read a lot, man. I didn't go to school for it. No, I went to school, but all right. So
You're getting there. Here we go.
So both Alex and James reckon JJ.
Okay.
JD reckons new sensor.
Righto. Lay it on me.
We got any more bets? No more bets. Come in, spinner.
Might even have to turn some lights off here if it's...
It's a JJ. It's a JJ.
Yeah. See, that didn't even look like it was faulty or anything.
No, it looks perfect, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you guys win a sticker. It'll cost me $15 to send it to you, but
Come on, up you come. Little...
So James and Alex. Alex is in Australia.
Yeah.
Sorry, Travis, too late. No piss vein. You guessed piss vein.
In fact, I'll take that off millivolts.
Piss vein 6L6s I'm hearing are good. I'm hearing piss vein are actually, the power valves are very good, but their preamp valves, in my experience, are dog shit. I ordered 10 of them, couldn't use any of them. 100% strike rate. Either noise or microphonics or like popping, crackling, possible arcing. I wasn't watching the current because it was a preamp valve. Yeah. So.
Where's this going? She's not arcing.
There she goes.
Going up to 150 mils.
All right, let's zoom in on the meters.
Okay.
All right, see that plate current flying up, lads?
It's not going to arc for us.
It's not arcing. Oh.
It's flat out.
Boom.
Just high current.
All right, so it's probably what that probably is a screen grid end that's come off, and it's trying to conduct off the end of the.
So the little power supply is capable of at least 150.
Yeah.
It's cold.
Yeah, it's still cold.
Yeah.
It's not even in there for a second.
It's not doing much. No, I thought it was an arcing one.
Yeah. We can probably make it arc if we flick it.
Well, number 6 is possibly another one.
Did you turn that back off?
No. Oh, just the plates are down. Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, you turned it off.
Yeah. That's off, yeah. What we've been finding is leakage between heater and anode is actually the socket failure. It's been over voltaged with no load on the amplifier.
All right.
So you're getting arcing between pins pin 3 and pin 2. You'll find arc tracks. If you want to see one of those, you can get valve number 7.
Valve number 7. All right.
That's got arcing.
Let's have a look at valve number 7.
6 was another one supposed to be arcing.
Number 7. Lucky 7, not so lucky.
No.
Alright, so what was the condition of this one, sorry?
Number 7 is
internal short circuit.
Base contamination.
Base contamination.
Just take that at the other end.
Oh yeah. Alright, so what brand's this one, Legends? Base contamination.
It's been, amp that has had no speaker connected to it.
Yeah, so it's arced over inside the base and formed a conductive track. We're not going to smash it to find out because it's.
Might be going to drill holes in to see what was going on inside.
Oh, you drill holes on the. Yeah, right.
Mm. I was thinking I had nothing else to do. Being
retired. James wants more PCBs. I'm assuming you mean the Blues Junior ones. I can do that for you, mate. Zach asks, what kind of music do you like?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, all sorts.
Just like
60s,
hard style,
70s,
a bit of
instrumental,
bit of trance,
classical,
bit of trance, psytrance.
Hiatus Coyotes.
You like Hiatus?
Yeah, I've got to like that. Yeah.
Oh, it's another JJ. No, this one we can't blame the valve because it's probably arced over from.
Right. Yeah, I think you can actually see that one. Yeah, look at it.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah, cool. So that's a flyback event. You can see there between those pins, it almost looks like it's vaporized a bit of pin there too.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I was trying to before I realised the arcing was there. No, I didn't do that one. No.
You can see there, it's blackened.
Yeah, it's actually got a
you
hole.
You can
in it,
actually see. No, this one's not drilled out. It's got a hole, but that's the bacon pin. Yeah. Yeah, so we can't really blame JJ's for that one. That's a big arc on the old base there.
But building this has been really good to refresh all my memory. What hasn't been drunk away yet.
Drunk away, yeah. So you guys saw all the Dry July videos I've been punishing you with. Mum and Dad are doing it too, as you saw in the last 2 videos.
Yeah.
Michelle's not though.
No.
Enough.
But it's good to keep your mind active on how a valve works and what to look for if something is not doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
So, good exercise.
Oh, well, that was fun. Do you want to pack up this shit and we'll...
Thanks, guys.
We'll do some work.
Yep.
We'll keep streaming. But
all right.
Where was
you want to just make me work now? Fuck.
What, you got the box for that? Yep. Oh, that was that one.
That was number... This is 89.
Yeah, got it here.
Yeah. And this one is 43. So once again, the gas test is definitely an active and very effective test. Lets you know that the valve is. It'd probably work, but it probably does weird things in the amp. I don't know what it would actually do. But it didn't actually arc in here. But a couple of them did glow. But it might be there's too much light here.
Well, I had one here which I nicknamed on the box Purple Haze. I was going to send it to Elaine because he makes like ornaments and lamps and stuff out of old valves. And I thought if we can get this one to, because it hasn't lost vacuum.
No.
The getter's still intact.
Yeah.
But it glows bright purple.
Yeah.
But I think it was being used in a reverb driver or something where it was exposed to like 300 and something volts, so it might not do it at 250. But I was going to send that to Elaine and hopefully it would reliably keep glowing for a little desk ornament for your office. Yeah, hard to guess user fault. Yeah, I'd say it's probably user fault on that one. Either that or they blew a speaker and then kept trying to play through it, because you probably noticed with guitarists, and I think we're kind of all a little bit guilty of that, when something stops producing signal, what do? You turn everything up and you go, huh? What's going on? There's no signal. What happened? And then oh no, I can just hear it, and that's the transformer magnetostriction of the transformer about to blow up, so or arc over. Yeah, sounds really cool for a fraction of a second before it catches fire.
All right, we'll put the shitbox away.
Shitbox?
No, it's good. I've enjoyed it.
So yeah, I haven't really planned the day well. I was going to do some electronics as well, but I should probably get that guitar finished, but it's not real conducive to video.
So there's the bass.
Yeah. I'll just go back to that camera. There we go.
There's the bass.
Yep.
All match drilled.
Oh, you just put it on there to drill through both?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did the pilot hole first, then...
That's a smart way of doing it.
Yeah.
Everything lines up.
Sure does.
Aluminum. I worked with a guy once that couldn't pronounce it aluminium. He called it aluminium. And when he had to go to the office and like get him to order more angle or whatever, we need more aluminium. And he'd like gloss over it because he knew he couldn't say it. And the bosses are real arseholes. They used to, sorry, what was that? What? Can you say that again? What do we need? We need more aluminium.
What a prick.
And just tell him to get fucked and walk out. Want some more angle, you pricks?
Yes.
Alright.
So I've got to figure out what my next project's going to be now.
Yeah.
Well, apart from modifying this one.
You must have some inkling.
Yeah. Still thinking of going down the line of a new set of speaker boxes.
Yeah.
Just going back to passive crossover.
What?
Yeah.
Passive?
Yeah.
That's blasphemy.
Yeah.
After spending the amount of time developing your active crossover hi-fi.
Yeah.
So Dad builds speakers and hi-fi stuff as well.
Yeah.
To a ridiculous amount of, I don't know what you call maniacal.
I don't even know what that means.
It means you're a maniac.
Okay.
Here we go, Lyle. Client tried to kill a super reverb. I just restored. Was running it with guitar cable instead of speaker cable. Oh God! It doesn't matter how many times you tell them, mate. They just think they just don't trust you and think you're full of shit.
Yeah.
I can use a guitar cable. He just restored it too.
Jesus.
Was running it with a guitar cable instead of speaker cable. Came into a cab with disconnected speakers instead of speaker cable. Gah.
Yeah.
Someone says Lyle one time was at Guitar Center and needed a speaker cable and they said to use an instrument cable. And so I did. Oh, yeah, don't get your advice from Guitar Center.
I'm so glad we don't have them here.
Yeah.
It's basically like a, I don't know what you call it. It's like a Walmart for guitars, I guess. It's like a Costco for guitars, I guess. I don't know what kind of analogy we've got over here, but essentially they've got teenagers that work there that don't know fuck all. It's like, yeah, I don't know what it's like. It's not good. That's what
Bad,
it's
not
like.
good.
Yeah, bad, not good.
As you can see here, mate.
We have thousands of defective LED street lamps that have turned purple, like a black light. What? Really? The city installed bunches of them by my house. The purple light attracts prostitutes. What? They're not moths, man.
Oh. Here we go.
Dunno, mate. So what do you want to do? A quick recap?
Yeah, whatever.
Probably do something. We haven't got a lot of bench space, so something a bit smaller.
I'll get all this shit off. No, that's alright. I've got to put that thing back in the tab.
I'll do that. That's alright.
Okay.
I'll take care of that on Monday.
Okay.
Well, do you want something really hard?
Oh yeah, why not? I enjoy a challenge.
Should we give him something real hard, lads?
Oh yeah. Got nothing else to do.
It might be really easy, I don't know. The Super Reverb survived, but he was testing with no load with the volume on 10. Oh.
Idiot.
So the thing with Fenders is they short to ground when you got no speaker plugged in, assuming that you copied the stock speaker jack there, Lyle. So that's probably the only thing that saved it from a massive flyback event. And the problem with vintage Fenders is there's no secondary fusing. So if you put flyback diodes on the valve sockets, when they they will short if they keep doing that, and it's got to sustain enough current for the mains fuse to blow, because there's no HT fuse, and often there can be secondary damage by the time that blows if it's a slow blow.
Ready to transform.
And who doesn't like a slow blow? The braided stuff for AC mains comes in pretty colours. Okay. Seth, where are you? We've got a load of those burn LEDs. I've never seen an LED fail and go purple.
No.
But hey, who knows? Is it cold in Australia? Not as cold as it should be. It's very warm, but I'm a little bitch when it comes to cold.
Yeah.
So I've got my jacket on. And Dad doesn't because he's tough.
That's just high blood pressure.
I'm not kidding. I had pictures from me trying to buy petrol there on a Saturday night, and they're all hookers blocking the streets. I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Is it yours?
I reckon I've probably seen like half a dozen prostitutes walking the street ever, ever. And that's even like in the city. There's just no area in the city where there's like flagrant hookers working the streets.
That was a lot of years ago. I
Yeah,
guess.
well, that's probably back when the cops used to
Was that Oxford Street?
support them, yeah.
Not that I ever went there.
And the cops were pimping them. That's crazy. I've seen a few. There used to be some at the truck stop at Minchinbury there on the Great Western Highway. Because there was the trucks would stop there to sleep, and obviously they're attracted to the truckers because what happens on the road stays on the road. But yeah, the cops moved them on, and that was 20 years ago. I haven't seen them anywhere since. No one buys petrol in Arizona. Yeah, you call it gas, even though it's not gas, but it's short for gasoline. So I'll give you guys a free pass on that. I was listening while driving earlier. Enjoyed your dad's rapid fire tech info about the tube tester. Yeah, he was trying to explain it to me previous to the camera being on, and I'm like, what? As soon as the camera started rolling, you explained it perfectly clearly. Why didn't you do that for me? See what I'm saying? Like, this is why I didn't learn from him. He can teach other people, but not me, because I'm going, but hang on, didn't you just say... Oh, well, at least it works for you guys. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with his brain.
I think it's alright.
Just needs whiskey, though. Maybe we're smarter because we haven't been drinking for 2 weeks.
Could be part to do it.
We're coming up to... well, we're halfway through Dry July. It's a
2
down...
weeks to go.
No, but we're not shaking, and we want to be shaking. And what's worse is a customer just gave me a litre bottle of whiskey the other day too, and I'm like, I'm on Dry July, bro. He's like, oh, well, you can save it till then. I'm like, damn you. Anyway. So do you want to do a really... I don't know. I should do them in order instead of picking out the...
Easy ones.
Instead of picking out the hard ones and watching you squirm, I should do the ones that have been here the longest.
Job's a job.
Job's a job. Alright, let's do Jimbo's amp.
Who's Jimbo?
A customer of mine. Good customer.
Look at the state of the fucking...
Yeah, it's just JCMs. They all end up like this. This is actually pretty good by comparison.
Oh, they got all LCRs. Mine's got
Yeah,
that one.
it's got the LCRs, yep.
Yeah. I've got to say, well, when did we buy all those
that would have been...
transformers?
That would have been 98.
98, yeah. They're
97.
Still, well, not that they've been used much. But,
yeah, they're still going.
yeah. So age doesn't weary them.
Age does not weary them. LCRs.
They seem to be there forever.
Alright, so someone's modified this, but he doesn't want the modification changed. I was going to tell him, however, what I think the modification was, and it appears to be... I don't know. Reverb. It's got shit going to the reverb. It's got shit going to the... It's got optocouplers going to the foot switch. So they're using the foot switch
What do we need?
to do something else. Yeah, sorry, I'm just holding it up until we get those valves out. Just another one of them.
That'll do.
Yep. She wants to tip forwards.
Yeah.
Let's get the big blocks under the ends.
Okay,
Just hold that
alright.
for a sec.
Yep.
Get the big block. Oh, that one's up. Oh yeah, you still got that block under it. And they've got a bunch of 100 ohm resistors going to a rotary
What
switch.
the fuck?
And that is going to the output valve fuses, which I believe are cathode fuses. So is that a hybrid? Must be a hybrid power scaling thing. The that's introduced some cathode resistance as well as the fixed bias.
Why would you want to do that?
I don't know. He always has it on full, so it may as well not be there. But let's just there we go. So yeah, there's not been any request to change anything. I was going to tell him vaguely what I think's been done to it. So they've installed that. Have they removed? Okay, normally those wires went to there, and that's the cathode fuses. They've inserted some power resistors in line with the cathodes, but then we've got these two wires here as well, and they have resistors in line with them. So is that... I don't know. I hate trying to reverse engineer mods because
we'll track it out and draw it up.
you don't know. You don't know if they knew what they were doing or not. I mean, looking at the work, they appear to know what they're doing, and it's high quality wire.
Yeah.
They have melted some some jackets there, but that's par for the course. Looks like an independent reverb on/off per channel. Yeah, that might be it. So maybe maybe it makes. Well, it's already a dual reverb.
Why don't you power it up and see what,
So
it does?
Yeah. That would be the logical thing to do, wouldn't it? Do I have a foot switch? Do I need a foot switch? So many questions.
That's nearly as good as a scotch.
Nearly as good as the scotch. Yeah, coffee's up there in the drinks scores. Too much blood in the alcohol stream. What kind of whiskey did he give you? Well, Curtis, the reason that it's pretty easy to resist the being whiskey there is because it's Jim Beam White Label. As good as a mixer, whatever. Phoenix has a climate a lot like Sydney does. Mild winters and brutally hot summers. You get humid and hot. It's 47 degrees C right now. Shit.
Jesus Christ.
47. That's got to be up there. That's got to be one of the hottest places on earth. We were, what, 48 or something in 2019? 2020? And that was the hottest place on earth? By the way, Brad, I am loving the Dry July videos, especially the ones with your parents. Well, thanks for watching, Bean. Yeah, it was a little bit divisive as to, whether or not people liked them or whether or not I should sacrifice my channel and do them. But, I try not to be too precious about the channel. Some people stress out about it a lot. I try not to. It's just a bit of fun. You said it was an 800. Did I say 800? I mean JCM 900. Yes. Sorry, Alex. That's what I meant to say. It's a JCM 900. It's like Lyle with his 6V6 and 6L6 thing. And yes, it is a dual reverb. So to be technical, it's a 4100 head, 100 watt JCM 900. Yes, we have gas stations and gas cans. Instead of a repair garage, there are gas stations that are all attached to convenience stores now. A few old garage gas stations still exist. And Lyle's got coffee. Well, that's good.
Good on you, Lyle. I just had one.
I had one at 6 a.m.
So
what?
my thoughts exactly.
Alright, so he said basically he just wants a service on this one because it's crackly. Let's get my bloody... Oh, they got plastic tips, that's alright. The other day I was leaning over and my my hoodie cord thing went down inside the amp. I'm like, oh shit. Because often they got those metal tips on them. I thought that could cause a problem. Alright. Let's just watch the current on this thing. He didn't say there was any catastrophic issues with it.
Just pots and shit, I suppose. You do a recap on it?
Nah.
No. I think under full load you'll watch the ripple and it won't be too bad. The LCR's a good motor, I've got great faith in them.
Yeah.
I've still got some brand newies.
People get upset about me recapping everything. So I won't recap anything from now on, alright champs? Check the ESR on that cap that's exploded.
The best indicator of whether they're bad or good is if you current to normal on the plate drain, your ripple level.
Yeah.
If it goes up massively, well, no point checking the ESR. They're fucked. Go on.
100 watts. Bit of crackly there. Crackly. It's settled down now. It's probably one of the preamp valves.
It's low. It's
Yeah,
cold.
it is cold, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's have a listen.
Cold as a crab. Oh, it might be that switch position where you got it in.
No, it's in high mode.
Okay.
There's a switch at the back. That's just from memory. Either turns two valves off or it's triode pentode mode. I think it's triode pentode mode.
But that one there.
Is it that one?
One or the other, yeah.
Yeah, it's on high power mode at the moment. It's all four valves. Jesus. Yep. So let's drop the power down.
Max, is it?
Whoa, 120.
It's getting more like it.
Oh, that's gone up massively. Alright, so the power's fluctuating, which is a worry. And it went up to 120 there.
Good with the shit J-car switch.
When you go... So, yeah, there's some... The current drawer is...
All over the shop.
Fluctuating quite a bit when you move this. When you go from low to medium to high, it goes up to 130 watts.
It's about alright.
Yeah, but point being, when you go from there back to where it was, okay, that's sitting alright now. I reckon that switch is dealing with all the cathode current. And
they're only a small signal switch.
Yeah, and the switch is in. See, now that was sitting at 118 there. Now it's sitting at below 90 watts.
Yeah.
But if I jiggle it,
Yeah, up up to 92.
Yeah, but it's still not going to 118, so something funny's going on. It could be an instability of the output valves too. Oh, yeah, that jumped in, so we could have a dirty socket too. There's a bunch of weird shit going on, is what I'm telling you.
Start by giving it a service.
Yeah. So things are fluctuating. It's producing signal. The volume pot needs a good old clean. Let's deafen you again. Hang on. Fluctuations, and that went up to 130 something watts then. Hear that? Yeah. Drop down. It doesn't seem to be. Alright, I think it's the valve sockets, eh?
Yeah, look at that. 128 now.
Yeah. Alright, so we'll start with the service. We'll just have a quick look at those mods. And figure out what they are. But yeah, like Lyle says, I think it's something to do with controlling the reverb on the lead gain, channel B. Yeah, I'm not sure because it's already got reverb switching, but yeah, don't know. I'll have to have a closer look. I'll pull up the schematic for now. I think I might already have that one.
Probably should have.
Might just go to my headset for my witchy banter. Marshall. So this is what, 4100. 4100. Yes, I do have it. No, it's not a. Oh, sorry, I'm distorting. No, it's not a HT dropper there, Alex. It's on the cathode. Oh, I've already got it. Fuck. Droid cam can go away. Downloads. Come on, computer. Computer's been doing this weird thing where you got to click on PDFs twice for them to open. Strange. Not double click, like double click twice. Alright, so brown and black, yeah. So it's tapping into the cathodes. Oh, come on, you piece of shit. Not responding. Fuck's sake. It doesn't like doing stuff while it's streaming. Alright, 470. That's all your screen grids. So what they're doing. Alright, let's just share this with you. Just share.
Alright, so what they're doing, here's your brown and black. So that used to be brown, brown, black, black. So on the fuse side, they're running the black and the yellow wires. And that's all going to I better not touch there, that's got mains on it. Let's unplug it. So that's going to the end of those two banks of 2. And then on the other side, you've got your black and your... So that's your black there, that's your brown there. So those 2 are that point, there and there. And they're going to... there and there, and it's switching in and out.
Yeah, between 100 ohm and 200.
Yeah, 150 because it's putting some in parallel with it.
Yeah.
So it's a hybrid cathode bias. And I guess they're current sense resistors. What's resistance to them? Hang on, I'll just grab my meter. That's probably just for the old mate that installed it to measure. But you'd think that he'd just measure it across. Isn't there already sensors? No. Oh, okay. So no, this I was thinking this was bias sense down here. That's just the cathode fuse for each pair, and this here is solely so when the fuse fails, the LED lights via this 100K. So that's just pulling the cathode voltage and making it light up an LED to show that the fuse has failed. Alright, so the red one. Okay, so it's 1.5, so it's probably 1 ohm. And 1 ohm. So yeah, he's put current sense resistors under the heat shrink there. Oh, sorry, you can't see what I'm talking about. He's put current sense resistors under the heat shrink there, and he's using them to measure even when these resistors are defeated. So on full setting, which is just standard circuit, he can still sense the 2 pairs of cathode current there because there's no means to do that in the stock amp. Alright, so we know what all of that is. That's just hybrid cathode bias, but old mate just always has it maxed out anyway. So we might just clean those contacts and see. I don't think it wasn't doing anything weird when I was changing that switch. I think it's wiggling that second valve there was... Yeah, they're not the best, and they don't feel very tight. So I'd say we've got a dodgy... luckily a dodgy cathode connector there instead of the control grid. So is this the weird one that's only got 2 grid stoppers? I think it is.
Looks like it.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Does anyone know why Marshall used 2 grid stoppers out of 4? I think I've got phasey.
Yeah.
The grids...
No, yeah, no.
they're in parallel, but the outer 2 have a...
yeah, they're just common stopper for both valves.
It's not, though.
Yeah.
Because that's the common point.
Yeah.
That's the actual...
But you've got a wire going from that grid to that grid.
Yeah, no, it's not going to the grid. It's going to...
Oh, to the resistor. Yeah,
the resistor.
Stopper, yeah. Okay. All right.
So there's no resistors on the inner pair.
Good point.
Yeah.
Smart ass.
A lot of new potential failure points with no need for them. Yeah, I agree. I might make a quick phone call and see if he wants it ripped out, because yeah, I don't think it's definitely not necessary for these guys, because they're balls to the wall rock and rollers. They play full volume all the fucking time. But does anyone know any definitive reason why 2 out of 4 valves don't have grid stoppers? Lyle says British hi-fi design theory from the 60s. Okay. Marshall couldn't even draw a schematic to match the PCB, so anything is possible. True. They're doing a lot better than Messer, though. Messer's just drawn by... at least they don't use crayons at the Marshall factory like Messer do. So, good luck finding shade here. We commonly see people waiting for a bus standing in the shadow of a lone telegraph pole. Oh,
Fighting for the shade.
You guys have got to plant some trees, man. Anyway. Alright, so I think we'll start with the service on this one. Yeah. Or when I say we, I mean he will start with the service.
Of course it will.
And then we might have a quick look at what this switching is. But yeah, I think it's something to do with the reverb and the channel switching. So Yeah, don't know. Ah. Lyle used to be friends with the guy who wrote the Hangover movies. Wow. So they're it gets into transconductance with pairs. Oh, okay, I'll have to look into it because it's hard to find definitive info on a lot of the weird shit that companies did. There's a lot of shit talking on forums which is worth less than nothing, but to find definitive theory behind it is difficult. So yeah, I heard about the actors strike, the writers' strike over there in Hollywood. Good on them.
Yeah. Okay.
Lyle can barely type simple sentences on a phone.
You got fucking fat fingers like me.
All right, have at it, champ.
Yeah, okay.
It's all yours. Do you want that speaker? Probably not, eh?
No, I'm just going to do pots and bloody switches and God knows what.
And I'll give you some witty banter in the meantime. I'll bring my mic up a bit. Now I'm away from yours. It's not going to phase out.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. All right. How's the sound, everyone? Sounding all right? Dad's got the 57. I've got the wireless mic. So I'll move away a bit so I'm not bleeding into it.
Yeah, oh well.
And I might finish this arch top, eh?
I'll first of all do the pots.
Sweet as. $100 screen grids on Voxes and very early Marshalls came from those same hi-fi schools of thought. Well, I guess valves were initially just like radio communications. Later on were like PA, and then after that with hi-fi, and then instruments were like the medium fi, and then instruments were like the last thing to come along. So time for another cuppa. You want a cuppa?
Oh, that'd be nice, thanks.
Alright.
Hey, what happened to my little burnishing tool?
Sounds Mickey. Sounds Mickey Mouse.
There it
I can't
is.
type on a smartphone to save my life. I could do the
another
keypad texting
useful
thing okay,
little-
but touch screens no.
Anyway.
Sound is great, as is the windowed video. Lyle, did you catch me using Droidcam to show the scope readout as well? I felt like a bloody hacker doing that.
Yeah.
I felt like a master hacker.
This is a useful little tool.
Yeah.
It's a burnishing tool.
You zoom in with these.
Oh, yeah.
You move it to the left to zoom in, and then watch your screen and you can see your framing. You might need to hold your hand under it so it focuses on it.
Yeah. It's a little burnishing tool that I got those from RS Components, I think, or Element 14, I don't know. But for doing the shorting contacts on jacks, or sockets I should say, you can just get them under there, like that. Give them a little wipe back and forwards. They don't take plating off, they just take a little bit of, they just burnish the contacts, if you can get it in there, which we use this little tool to help. Here we go. It doesn't take much, and it cleans any of the crap off that's built up on them. In fact, burnishing tools come back, I think mainly they come from the day of the old phone systems of uni-selectors and so on. You'd have to end up finding the crook contacts and burnish them. You couldn't replace a whole uni selector just because of an intermittent signal. You had to find it and fix it. But uni selectors don't exist anymore. Yes. Where's that little bag gone?
Where's your old bag gone?
No, the bag those burnishing tools are in.
Oh,
Top drawer, I think. Top drawer? No.
Bag? Like a Ziploc bag or something?
No, the bag that these came in.
Oh, that's long gone. I just keep them in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All three of them.
Yep. I got to arrange all the fiddly little bits and pieces, but.
There's the bag.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, I do still have it.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. You know my workshop better than me.
Yeah. That's the, where am I?
It's that way, yeah.
That's where they come from. Well, that's the brand, Jonard.
Yeah, never heard of them, mate.
Mm.
It's just one of those companies that
Yeah.
do a few little things like that. And
Yeah, very, very useful tool. They're very flexible, and they're fine. I don't know where they would sit with.
I think they're at least like 2,000 to 4,000 grit.
Yeah, they're very, very fine.
Yeah.
So I've been using them at home when I get the odd little job here and there from someone, and they work well.
Yeah, looking at them, I think they're somewhere in the like 2,000, 4,000 range
Yeah,
in terms of grit.
and it certainly won't hurt anything. A bit awkward in some places. In fact, the ones I got at home, I bent the end of one so that it fits in anywhere.
Oh, you bent one.
Yeah.
I have one of those contact burnishing tools. Idiots at work, when I did electrical work, would drill holes in boxes with magnetic relay contactors inside them.
Yeah.
The drill swath gets in the contacts and burns them.
Yeah, mate, how are you? I was given rusty strings.
Yep, you certainly were. I kept them to show you.
All right, I think we'll turn it over now.
I didn't have the paradigms in stock. I just put standards on them, but I'll get a set of
I didn't even want paradigms. Like my mate gave me a set of 5, but instead of change gauge, you know, I realised he was trying to stop one. No, right. But they weren't sealed. Yeah,
All right, to clean up some of this crap. Jesus.
Yep. Yeah, it's on top of the shelf. I think it's biased towards the top. I don't think it's bang in the middle. It is bang in the middle. Okay, right. Alright, maybe go to 1.8 just to be safe then. Unless you want to try luck with that one and swim blind. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So, if this is the orange is 16 ohms.
Yep.
So with the JCM, I just went back to 16.
If you're using it by itself, yeah. But are you using it along with the speakers that are built in?
Yes.
Alright,
All
so
form good.
in that case, I think 16 ohm. I can't remember.
Well, it's got a switch. Have you used that one?
Yeah, I know it's got a switch, but what are the speakers that are in it? Are they stock?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think from memory. So that's 4102. Is it? Up the top. Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Because people are realising that they're still going, so they can't do that.
Mine's still going.
Yeah.
Yeah. European company.
And they're a lot more resilient than a lot of the stuff that are built now. 4100. User manual.
One of those coil cables.
Yeah, those ones are good. There's lots of shit ones out there, like the ones with plastic ends and stuff you see on eBay for like $5 each or whatever, and they fail like if they're not already dead and they turn up, they're dead soon after. But those ones I've sold them for the last 5-6 years when I was so issue, and these are big pricey, you know, 3, 4, 5 times a week. So
Because I've got a little studio up there, and got a long lead,
Yeah,
and I
big
big table
tables.
up. That might be a good thing. It sort of shrinks down to
yeah, it does.
one
You
ear,
can
or
see
then
there it's not.
move over the other side of the room.
It doesn't go down to nothing. It's I think minimum it's still like a metre.
Oh, yeah.
A metre. Yeah, but it does stretch out. And being that they're pretty large coils too, it's less likely to hang up. What I might get you to do with your amp is have a look at the back of it. Maybe send me a photo. To know A, what impedance the speakers individually are, and B, which way they're wired, to know what impedance is in the cabinet already, and how to set that up with the ones that you're going to be plugging into the second jack. So it's
Because
not,
I know that the switch on it is set to 8 at the moment,
yeah,
just as the combo I'm saying.
yeah.
So-
So
I'm hoping I can just look at
yeah, we
416.
we don't know what to flick it to. We don't even know if it's set at the right thing. I need to look at it first to know what to tell you, because otherwise we could be running into the wrong impedance. It's not going to be the end of the world. It's not going to destroy anything unless you drive real hard for sustained period. But feel free to grab the amp and bring it down here, and I'll have a look, and then we'll know for sure.
Yeah.
Because there is a potential that you could have already been running out, and if any speakers have been replaced over the years, then they'll bounce it off anyway. So no simple answers, sorry.
Yeah, it's just like the GT75.
can be 8, 16 or 4 or 32, I think even, those ones. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, it's confusing all the time with the names. You
Yeah.
just be able to switch.
You can, but you got to know what you're already running on. So the switch is just switching between two settings, and you can put anything into it basically. So
What time are you using as well?
be till about two today.
Oh, I'll bring it back and
Yeah, if you
you
want.
can have a look at it, please.
No worries.
Because I'm picking up this thing tomorrow. I don't want to stuff it up.
So what's your name again?
Russell, huh?
Russell. So just those two
Yeah.
cables.
Actually, I might get some picks as well.
Yep, no worries. They're just on that rack right there on this side. Yellows. Sweet as. 149.85, all up. There you go, sir. You just want that in an email, is that cool?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Thanks. That's your copy. Got an email, and yeah, just swing by with the amp. I'll just chuck a meter on it, check all the speakers unless they've got a clearly visible sticker on them. Sometimes it is, sometimes it falls off. And we'll go from there. Maybe just take a quick photo of the back of the orange one as well. I think it's just a single jack though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I haven't got it yet. I'm going to pick it up tomorrow.
Oh, okay, right.
But
You can zoom in and see what it
it's got
says.
two.
And they're the stock speakers in there, right?
It's got vintage 30s in it.
50s, so they're big stock speaker, I assume, so.
Well, I think for that model, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much all the orange stuff is in, so.
So, yeah, it's got the two in it, but it's hard to read anything, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah, 16 ohm, yeah. So that's 16 for that cab. So ideally, the two speakers in there would be 16. If they're 8 ohm speakers running in series, you could plug both in and then you set the amp to 8 ohms and you'd be right. But if that's two 16s in parallel, it would already be 8, and then that combined with the 16 would be like 12 or something weird. So it'd be halfway between the two settings. So yeah, just bring it by, we'll have a look. No point counting our chickens before they hatch. I think it'll be easy.
So you're going to need both later? Or
No, just
commercial?
we'll just go off the 16 on there and assume that it's just stock speakers.
Yeah.
As for the Marshall, just bring that by and we'll have a look at that and then we'll figure out how it goes. If
So
it's
how
like-
come it's got two inputs then?
They're just parallel. So that's if you've got two cabs, you plug the amp into one jack and then out of the other jack into the second cab. They're just parallel. They're just connected to each other. It doesn't matter which one you plug into. They're just both connected to each other.
Yeah.
So it's just basically the daisy chaining cabs going onto the second cab.
Oh, okay.
If you've got a stack of two cabs with a head on top, you can, instead of plugging both into the head, some heads only have one output jack.
Yeah.
So you plug one into one cab and then one into the second.
Yeah.
It's sort of redundant these days because so many amps have multiple speaker outputs. But some of them, like the JCM 2000 series, will have like one 16 ohm jack and then like two 8 ohm or 4 ohm jacks, and they're switchable, but the 16 is always 16.
Yeah.
So in situations like that, you could maybe need two jacks on the cab instead. Otherwise, you've got to make custom cables or something. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's sort of a case by case thing.
Well, I don't have to worry about that, I suppose, with the combo.
No,
So
that's
I've already
right.
got the two speakers up.
Yeah, Well, you're a madman for wanting that amp to be louder than it already bloody is. Those things are loud as. I couldn't get
Oh,
out.
it's not the loud, it's just the fullness.
Yeah, they are good.
Well, I actually play,
Vintage 30s, I've got a pair down there in that left hand cap.
yeah,
Yeah.
I play it in, like I have the combo at the bottom and I have like a 30 watt, just an MG Marshall
Oh,
on
yeah.
top of it.
Yeah.
And play them in stereo through the pedal.
Oh yeah. Just to get a bit of
the
separation.
fullness, yeah. But, you know, the speakers, just the freaking,
Yeah.
the MGs are just
Ah,
so
it's
black
just-
and gold.
Yeah, it's
Shit's
just
big.
the who knows who makes them.
I mean, they'll go freaking loud, but
Yeah.
not, the tone's not great.
Probably eminence or something.
But the Marshall ones are good, but
Yeah.
I'm upgrading again
Oh, yeah.
from those ones to the vintage 30s as well. I reckon
Yeah.
they sound pretty good.
If you ever need like drivers individually, let us know too, because I can usually match most pricing you can get. If you ever did want to replace a driver, just change like if you wanted to change one in the MG and just use the one built in, you know, you can mix and match speakers, remove them,
Yeah.
upgrade just the speaker itself. Sometimes more cost effective too. So
Well,
Yeah.
I got.
and don't discount mismatching speakers too. Like match their impedance, but different types. Like my cab on the right there, just to the left of that Marshall, that's got two mismatched speakers.
Yep.
Same brand, but two different types, and it actually sometimes if there's a bit of a valley in one of them, there's a bit of a peak in the other, and they can make it.
Yeah.
Three
I
meshes.
noticed a lot of people do that.
Yeah, it's pretty common, and it's also.
Or if they've got a quad box, they'll just do a diamond pattern like
yeah.
something like.
Yeah, it's also quick. You've got two mic possibilities to choose from, and you can mix them left, right, or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, so there's
Yeah,
lots to
well,
play with.
I tossed up with it just to get another really good combo,
Yeah,
so that the amps sound totally different, but you know, both really good speakers.
same sort of volume
And
level
then-
too.
Just run it through the pedal and stereo,
Yeah.
and try and mix two good things.
At the end of the day, when you're doing live gigs, no one can really hear the stereo thing anyway, because the guys doing the front of house mix pretty much invariably mix everything in mono, just so if you're sitting near that speaker, you don't not hear the bass or.
At the end of the day, they're going to mic the best speaker.
Yeah,
no
that
matter-
too. Yeah.
rather
So,
than
yeah, well, 9 times out of 10 they just put it in front of a speaker and they don't even listen to it. So, especially when you've got
don't
no,
put it in front of the shitty one.
you've got no time for a sound check or anything. So,
Alright, thank you very much.
no worries, Ross. Take it easy, mate. How you going? You done yet?
Nearly. If that's being cheeky, mate.
Let's learn from the best.
Try.
All right. So everyone's giving you unsolicited advice. That's
Are they? Haven't even been looking at it.
Everyone's confused. They're like, "Who the fuck's this?" People that have come in halfway.
It's the old man.
I've got to catch up on the chat. Got Lyle telling me the camera's out of focus. That's because it's a Panasonic. Oh, Lyle says he would love to spend a few weeks apprenticing under you. So would I.
That's a compliment.
Me first, Lyle.
Thanks, Lyle.
Mhm.
See what we can do one day.
I think I read somewhere that 6v6 was invented for car audio.
Yeah.
So it was the first tube specifically designed for music.
Pretty much.
Well, there you go. As opposed to radio, I guess.
Yeah. They had some weird valves in the old 1-volt valves
Yeah,
for car radios.
yeah. That was the 1-volt heater.
Yeah.
And they run them all in series, would they?
Yeah. Oh, it depends.
Because there was 6
Yeah,
volt.
6 volt.
6 volt came from the fact that the auto batteries were 6 volt before they were 12, didn't it?
Yeah, and they had vibrators.
Vibrators, yes they did. You can still buy them. I saw some companies started making MOSFET versions of them.
I got a couple in Uncle Bill's box.
Have you?
Yeah.
Nice. Can you actually hear them?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
They-
So it's
they're generally wrapped up in a sponge.
insulation.
So sort of just quite the noise, but you could hear them going.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's designed for a car, so
Yeah,
the engine's going to be drowning
worked.
that out.
they worked. Whereas these days they use, if you're going to have an inverter, you've got FETs
Yeah.
or something.
Well, like I say, some companies started making FET vibrators for restoration radios.
Yeah,
Might get some burnishing tools myself. Where'd you buy them from?
it was either Element 14 or RS components.
RS would be, well, you'd have an account with both of them, wouldn't you, Alex?
Yeah, just a casual account. But
might try the burnish tool on the Mesa 22 Plus return jack.
Yep.
Classic failure mode that needs a patch cable to circumvent. Yeah, I think that's where that...
they work well on the on your effects loop, yeah.
Yeah, the effects loop. I think that's where that whole thing came from, the Mesa ones.
And I even mentioned back in the day, burnishing tools were really in full swing. You had all sorts of different sizes and shapes for uni selectors.
What's a uni selector?
When you used to dial the old phones, you'd hear, if you were in near the exchange room, you'd hear them going clack, 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 clack.
Oh, yeah.
And they're...
That's literally...
Switches,
oh, fuck.
Electrically activated switches, they go step, 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 step.
Shit.
And
I'd love to see how all that shit works,
they
eh?
had
Worked.
masses of uni selectors in bloody
Yeah.
boxes. They had them all covered up to keep the dust out. But invariably when people said they couldn't hear people on that line, they'd get the tech out to clean the contacts.
Clean the contacts.
And you use your to-from charts to find out where it exactly was for that number. It's pretty amazing how they do it today. I'm not sure how they do it. All right, I think we'll hit it with some juice.
On messes, those jacks corrode. I think they are made from beef jerky and return to their natural state.
Done that
I
yet.
have a friend who has a Mesa rectifier, wants me to service it. Then he saw the look on my face and said, "Are you okay?" Well, you know, the one thing the rectifiers have going for them is they're biased at like 12%. So,
Yeah.
you know, there's no real stress on the high voltage supply or the rectifiers there.
And the rectum fries.
Friends don't let friends buy boogies. Yeah. So, does that mean that if you buy a boogie, you've got no friends?
Well, the pens probably fucking hate you. Bite your
But you got no friends that are techs if you buy boogies, that's for sure. Either that or you don't respect their point of view. After that, oh, hang on. I've got one Lyle says I've got one Subway to finish. That's a brand of a model of Mesa amp.
I better switch out for lunch.
Subway, yeah, there is a Subway just 2 doors up. The Vactrol swaps on, and then I'll finish Wilcox's Mesa. After that, I will not work on one for less than $5,000. Someone gave the thing to him, and he just wants to sell it, but he says it's really noisy. Oh, well, it's a standard Mesa then. I told him to sell it as is and let someone else deal with it. But the problem is, Wes, that as techs, we tell people sell it, so it's not your problem, but it's still our problem because the next person brings it to us, and then they sell it, and the next person brings it. We can't get rid of it until we fix the fucking thing, and it was built broken, so it's just going to keep coming back until you engineer a new solution, and that's when people like Parco from Casanova Solutions step in and they actually reverse engineer these things and improve them. As much of a Swiss madman as he is, I really respect him for that. Oh, I respect him for everything. He's a good man. No matter what he gets from the amp, it's 100% profit. That's a good way of looking at it, Wes. Noisy Mesa rectifier sounds like he's describing normal function for those amps. Yes, Mesa is one of the very few companies in the world that managed to make their clean channel noisier than their drive channel. I don't know how they did it. Well, I do know how they did it. 1 meg grid stoppers will do that. Fucking idiots. And here we are watching it. Who is Pete? Someone said, Wes, Pete is my dad. He's a legend. If you can cool the BIOS before the output pads toast, the BJ can last for decades. I don't know about a BJ that lasts for decades. Sometimes you only want it to last 10 minutes.
It's a BJ.
A blowjob.
Oh. I don't know about that.
He's talking about Blues Juniors. On the subject of corrosion, I live close to the sea. Things rust. Is there any preventative maintenance that you can and should be done to boards inside amps, outside air conditioning them?
Not really.
You could conformally coat stuff, but it's the connectors and the interconnects that is going to fail. Gold plated or not, it will break through. It's only a matter of time. My advice is just don't own any electronics. Just go acoustic, mate. And that's about all you can do. Either that or just buy chunky shit like fenders and stuff.
When they rust away, you get another chassis.
Well, you know, a fender. What's going to happen to a fender that is near the sea? You might get corroded valve sockets after a while. Your input jack shorting tabs might go corroded, but there's not a hell of a lot to go wrong in them. If you get something with real high component density and lots of interconnects like a PV, or
Shit idea.
dare I say DV mark, you will have corrosion issues because there's a million connectors inside the thing, and every one of them's a potential weak point, gold plated or not. He's got the tiny bottle brushes. Yes, he does.
Another very handy brush. The Fitch brushes.
Yeah.
Very good.
What do you call them? Fitch?
Fitch.
Fitch. Is that the brand?
No, that's the type of brush.
Oh, okay.
You buy them at Bunnings.
Well, Home Depot over there.
Yeah. Great for getting between valves, tight spaces like that.
Framing.
Yeah, same in there, everywhere. Oh, they can see it.
Yeah.
But great little brushes. Cheap. Effective.
Lyle says, in a really humid, salty environment, you can wipe a very thin film of oil or petroleum jelly on a steel chassis.
Another thing you do is the, what's the name? What's that stuff I use on the chassis?
Penetrol?
Penetrol.
Yeah, that'd probably help.
Once you've cleaned it down, give it a rub over with some scourer and dry that off, clean it off. Just rub over the damp cloth with cloth dampened in Penetrol.
One thing I will tell you not to do is put any kind of coating whatsoever on the valve sockets, though. Do not do that. I've seen people put dielectric grease on their. It doesn't matter how dielectric it is; it's grease, so things stick to it, and then they become not dielectric. Dust finds its way in there. Bugs and friggin' just dust and shit, dirt, smoke residue from bushfire, everything will get in that grease, and then it will no longer be dielectric. And then you have a massive mess on your hands that might require a socket replacement. Oh yeah, Lyle just said exactly what I did. There you go. You need to bake those desiccant packs periodically to get the moisture out of them. Low heat for 90 minutes, firing up the oven in summer sucks, but that's what you got to do. Don't they change colour, most of them too? They go like purple or red or pink when they're hydrated, and then when you dehydrate them they go clear again. I get all my deliveries carded from RS, even though I ask for ATL on all deliveries. Yeah, I don't know what the go is there. You work from home, don't you, Alex? Oh, James worked in an old switch room. It's noisy and amazing to watch, so he knows what you're talking about.
Uni-selector, yeah.
Yeah, uni-selector.
Yeah. Millions of different shaped bloody burnishing tools.
Mark Prentice says the messer going from person to person is like the old carton of KB that someone would take to a party and drink everyone else's beer, then the carton would be taken to the next party. It's like a license to get free beer. People used to do that with Tooheys New. We had a 6-pack of Tooheys New. It was in the fridge for literally about 8 months before I just poured it out. Fucking cat's piss, that shit.
KB?
Well, no, Tooheys New I was talking about, but yeah, Mark was talking about KB.
Kiddies beer. Yeah.
Kids beer, yeah.
Drink and share of that stuff.
Face camera's off. It's got a
Oh, yeah.
empty battery. You right? What are you doing?
Just seeing where the speaker jack is.
I'm just going to plug this battery in. Hang on.
Okay.
I've got to get a
Oh, that's good. I've been hiding from.
I've got to get a power supply.
They don't last long, though, batteries, do they?
No. Well, it's pumping out HDMI.
We'll see what happens with some juice, mate.
It's pumping out HDMI.
I haven't got the covers back on yet.
I just coat everything in bacon grease. Works well.
Jesus.
I fixed a dozen Blues Juniors I've acquired over the years, listed them for sale, and got more emails about fixing amps more than anyone trying to buy them. Oh, that sucks.
Well, we'll just watch the power for a start.
Alright, I better do some work. I haven't done shit all morning.
Right, it was already on.
Pop. Make a PS on the live stream. What? I don't know. Hear the crackling?
Yeah.
Is that set to the full setting?
Yeah.
Something funny going on. It's only sitting at 106. That was 126 before.
Yeah. Use a little pokey stick. Here we go.
Just remember, Legends, to change it over to live chat instead of top chat, so YouTube doesn't arbitrarily filter the chat and take context out of everything. I don't know why it does that. It's pretty stupid, if you ask me. I guess there's a lot of live streams that have 5,000 people watching, so it's just flying up, so it's probably for that reason. But you'd think it would take into account. Nah, who are we kidding? YouTube taking things into account. Brad, ever had a Rivera? I've got a schematic that's a Xerox of a Xerox of a Xerox. Such fun. I've got a Rivera right now, actually. Is it a Clubster? Clubster? What is it?
Two very cold valves, mate.
I've got a Rivera, just came in the other day. It is a 5512. I think I've probably got the same schematics as you, Lyle, so I probably can't help you much there. See, you took off the protection and now it doesn't work. the protective gunk.
Where my leads go?
Oh, sorry, I'll put them over there.
What the fuck would be rain, eh?
So what are we all up to over there? Oh, it must be like, yeah, it's 8 o'clock PM in the States. Got a couple of Aussies here, but mostly American on this channel. Just because you all like my accent so much. I don't have an accent. You've got an accent. I don't think there's any subscribers to that weird fringe group that thinks Australia doesn't exist over here. I think we've pretty much confirmed that Australia exists. And there was that other group, Birds Aren't Real. They're all spy drones. Did you hear about them?
No.
Bunch of fucking nutcases. They've convinced themselves that birds aren't real and that they're all spy drones. I think it's one of those things like the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster that started as a joke, but then insane people took over, and now they think it's legit, and all the people who started are like, whoa, hang on, and they just bowed out and let it carry on into complete insanity. People are weird, man. Nikki's zooming. I'm listening over the noise of cicadas. I love cicadas. It's the sound of summer, isn't it? We didn't have cicadas for a couple of years. They were sort of dormant. You'd get tiny pockets of them, but not many. And that's because the ground was too hard for them to emerge, because we had drought for like 3 years. But they can survive like, I think, like 10 years underground, dormant. So then when we had a lot of rain last year and the year before was a big year for cicadas again, because the ground was soft enough for them to emerge and reproduce. You know, I was wondered a couple of, well, months ago now, in summer, why do cicadas come out at the hottest part of the day? Like when it's stupid hot, there's nothing but cicadas blaring, and then when it cools down a little bit they shut up. Well, that's because the birds have to preserve their energy when it's that hot, so they're not flying around eating the cicadas, so the cicadas use it as an opportunity to do their mating call, because the birds are chilling out trying to preserve their energy. Less of a chance of being eaten. Makes sense. Boom. Lyle's getting rid of politics. Good man. Sorry, I probably triggered that with the... I didn't know that talking about birds not being real could trigger a politics argument. Or is Australia not being real? I don't think Australia not being real is politics. It's just insanity. But anyway. So we get them every 17 years on 17 years on mass. Huh. Unless they're secretly birds. Yeah. Are you sure they're cicadas, Lyle, or have you just got tinnitus from that super reverb? It's a dual 112 or whatever. SS reverb driver is kaput. Going to eBay for power transistors. Oh, what power transistors are you after, Lyle? Because we have a vendor over here that has some seriously obsolete new old stock shit. Because I think they based their early iterations of their business off basically feeding off TV repairmen. Yeah. So they've got lots of old stock, and it's legit. Even the STK modules that are everywhere, they're fakes. I had a Pioneer hi-fi amp recently and I replaced it, and it's been fine ever since with one that I got from Wes. Yeah, that had a STK too, didn't it? Yeah. They're pretty well non-obtainable these days, but Wes still have a few. So their wings will dry faster.
Something weird going on this thing, mate.
It is something weird going on. Man, I can't believe the price of guitars is skyrocketing. My 2020 Les Paul Standard 50s gold top that I paid $19.50 for is now $3,000. Everything's in a state of flux at the moment with guitar companies. They're basically doing whatever they can to get rid of retailers. So the people that built up their following and the reason that they exist, which is retail outlets, they're doing their best to punish them for that and make them no longer exist. Because, oh, phone call.
Hello, Brad speaking. Not bad. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I can take it on, but I'm absolutely chock-a-block at the moment, not taking any repairs for the rest of the month, but come around in the first month of August and we'll get it in the queue then. I can't move in here at the moment. Alrighty, so if you can wait till then, just pop around with it. No need to book it or anything. Just come around with it the first week of August, and we'll get it in the queue. Oh yeah, yeah, cool. No worries. Yeah, man, bring it around as early as you can. Basically, it's first come, first serve as of then. Yeah, even if it's right at the end of July, that's fine too. Just I won't have a chance to look at it till then. That's all. Alrighty, no dramas. Talk to you then. See ya.
It's a little bit difficult saying no to jobs sometimes, but it's got to be done. I didn't say no, I was just saying I can't look at it till next month. New old stock, tip 29B and tip 30B. I reckon you might be in luck there. I think I might even have some. But let me have a look. Just going through my spreadsheet. Tip 31, tip 41, 42. What was it? Tip 2930. 2930. No 29 or 30 in stock with unless they're in the box I haven't catalogued yet, which is likely. I'll just see if they've got them. Just go over to my other computer. Must be about smoko time, eh?
Yeah.
Do you know what we call smoko, legends? It just means morning tea. Because back in the day it'd literally be going for a smoke. Tip TIP 29B. They've got a TIP 29C. What's the difference?
High voltage, see?
C is high voltage.
Yep.
Same dissipation. You should be able to use a tip 29C in place. There you go. That's why we pay him the big bucks.
Who?
You.
Yeah.
Oh. What wasn't I told? Alright, they don't have the
Alright, I
tip.
want a pay rise.
They don't have the tip 30 anything. Let me look up my substitution. Have you got substitution books, Lyle? I assume you do. TIP 29. Alright, so they're all that's equal to BD 239. It's got caveats on that though. 2930, so BD 239 240. So let's look at them. BD 239 240. That's in another book, isn't it? Of course it is. Oh, you found some. Okay. But yeah, I've got substitution books, so if I can find something, I can find something else that works, even if
Anything will work.
even if you're really desperate, you can sometimes change the pin out on small signal stuff reasonably easily. Sometimes mount a TO92 package 90 degrees and just run the leads how you need to use a different model, something like that. There's someone out there doing like property maintenance, like they mow the lawn every Saturday. It's one of those things that's like corporate rot. Like they are booked in to mow that lawn every Saturday. It doesn't matter that it's winter and it hasn't grown at all. They're just booked in, and it's just how it is because someone booked them in every week. And of course they're not going to argue because they're getting paid every week. But it just goes to show corporate waste. It's like, doesn't someone think, oh well, the grass doesn't really grow for like 6 months, so, or 4 months at least. So how about we, pull back the property maintenance then? But no, it's easier for some drone at a desk to not think about it. It's funny. Every Saturday morning I hear them mowing that lawn. Lyle's dog was chasing Nikki around with a dead rat the other day. She caught a rat and was chasing him around because wanted to share it with her humans. Traded it for a treat and disposed of the rat.
What dog is it?
Labrador. Cicadas have multi-cycles. Some are 17, 5 and 3 years and line up. 17 years. That's nuts. What was I doing 17 years ago? I don't know. Probably something dumb. Got to go wind a switch mode power supply transformer. Jesus. Have fun with that, Alex. Whatever floats your boat, mate. I guess a tranny's a tranny is a tranny, isn't it? C is the 100 volt, B is the 80 volt. Yeah. Didn't mean for you to start looking, just trying to bond with you over solid state. So that's a pretty unique reverb driver there, running a discrete output stage. Suppose it would give more headroom than the op amp driven ones. Over the years, there's so many freaky ways of driving reverb tanks. It's just crazy. You've seen parallel bloody op amps, single op amps in the high impedance, FET driven, discrete transistor driven. All in the interest of saving cost. And you could probably just use a reverb pedal and sound better. Yeah, I'm kind of not a big fan of spring reverb on more modern voiced amps. I like them on the vintage thing, like big slappy Fender reverb, but if you're doing like ambient stuff and modern sort of prog metal or whatever, digital reverb's the way to go. How long has Lyle been a mod here? I don't know. I can't remember. Oh yeah, that was after I became a mod for Lyle. I can't remember what triggered that. I think it was I was getting rid of the sex bots before we figured out the option for making it subscribers only in the chat. I think like you want to try and make stuff not just subscribers only because it attracts engagement, but it's just an automatic influx of bots because YouTube's useless at getting rid of them. Honestly, like why don't they just remove these accounts instantly? No one really cares, so they just let them keep staying there. Rod Elliott had some interesting reverb driver ideas. Yeah, if there's a different way of doing it, Rod would have written an article about it for sure. Hey mate, how are you?
Good morning, how are you?
Not bad, what can I do for you?
I brought an amplifier in for repair.
Yep.
I sent a message on your website but a couple of days ago, but it didn't work by the look of it.
Which amp was that?
That's a 30 Fender.
Yeah, I haven't had the chance to look at it yet.
You haven't had a chance?
No, not yet.
Give me time frame before I start your hassling. Because you said the other day, end of the weekend, that was a week ago, so. I know you're flat out.
Probably end of next week, I think. Yeah, it's still in the pile there, and I haven't got to it yet.
Yeah, no problem.
The pile sort of grew around it, but I've stopped taking in repairs for the rest of the month.
Yeah, I've seen that on the side.
Yeah, so I'm just working through that lot now, so you're probably looking... I'll have an answer for you by the end of next week.
End of next week?
Yeah.
Good on you. Alright, thanks, have a good day.
Sorry for the delay.
No problem, thank you.
Oh well, he's good.
I don't remember saying that.
That's what you would say.
What, I'd say I'd look at it by the end of the week when I've got 50 amps in front of it.
I've heard you say that someone will try and get to it by the end of the week.
Yeah, but that was a guitar.
Oh, okay.
That was a setup.
He set you up.
I don't know, I can't remember what I say. I can't remember what I say at this point in time.
Yeah.
This is why I get down here at 6 AM every morning. It's still not enough.
Yep. Definitely, no, I don't think you fucking thing. Oh, for fuck's sake.
See where I got my swearing from, champions?
It's the amp, it's not me.
It's the amp swearing, is it?
Yeah.
Substitute. More of a mocker, not a rocker. If I had a nickel for the time every time I had that conversation. Yeah. So I stopped taking on repairs altogether. What? At the start of the week? No. End of the week before. But yeah, everyone puts up a massive fight when you say no. So what a lot of them do is they go, oh look, I'll just give it to you because I've got it here, I've got it here. So yeah, righto, but I won't have an answer for you for like several weeks. Yeah, no worries. And then yeah, like 3 days later they start calling. And it's, I don't know, it's sometimes not great for the mental health because there's the implication there that you're not good enough because you haven't done everything yet. And some people just flat out say that, like, so yeah, it's not very. I don't know. If you're busy, everyone's like, oh, it's good, and I'm like, well, is it though? It's kind of not good. Yeah, and then they say the same old thing. Yeah, it's good. It's better than sitting here doing nothing. And I'm like, well,
Is it?
is it? Yeah, I wouldn't mind that for 5 minutes. That'd be all right. But what do I know? I'm just not good enough. I had some guy on YouTube attack me in comments saying that I'm a fuckwit because I should have staff. So like if I haven't scaled up in order to keep everyone happy, then I'm incompetent. It was basically his gist of it. And that I'm irresponsible as a business owner and a local I don't know, custodian of people's amps because I'm not scaling up to meet the demand. Apparently that's compulsory wherever that fuckwit lives. Like, who are you to tell me how to run my business, you cockhead? But you know, it's YouTube. If you wanna get told how to do something, and I'll put a video up showing how to do it. Maybe hire the older guy talking about you a couple of days a week. He lives like a 4-hour drive away, Ted. It's not really an option. I sometimes give Dad some stuff, the hi-fi stuff in particular, that's not as bulky. You know, you're not dealing with a big cabinet. You can take 3 or 4 units and not take half the car, just to work on in his own time, because the hi-fi people, usually it's just something that they've had lying around and they're happy to fix it up, because it's not like you need a turntable or a hi-fi back to do a gig, right? So they've usually got a TV or something they can go on with, or it's just their old one that they wanted to fix up and put in their sitting room or whatever. So they're usually pretty open to being, you know, even several months away. So they sort of go on the back burner a bit, and I'll give them to Dad and he takes them and brings them back on the next visit, or I pick them up on our next visit, vice versa. But the amps, the guitar stuff, it's got to happen a little bit more expediently. And there's only one of me. So the better you are, the more stuff comes in, the more people want your services, the more you're stretched, and the more they hate you because you can't turn it around in a week. So I was hoping it would be sort of self-limiting to some point, but it's kind of not, because there's either no one out there doing it, or the people doing it have fucked their amp up 2 or 3 times prior, and now they're willing to give me a try instead, which is very common. Let's just leave it at that. I'm not trained. I barely know fucking which foot to put my shoe on, right? But there's blokes out there taking people's money and just absolutely destroying their shit, and I'm the better option. Like, that's pretty sad. When Brad Webb is the better option than another professional guitar tech or an amp tech, yeah, that's the state of the industry at the moment.
What the fuck's going on here?
I don't know. See, you don't know what put your shoe on either.
It's all to do with this mod, mate.
Is it the mod causing the problems, is it? The cathode mod?
Yeah.
I wonder if the resistor's breaking down.
Well, I'm thinking the resistors in that bloody... It's relying on the ground back to there.
Is it doing anything with, like, mechanical on the resistors? Like,
yeah. Oh, not the resistor. I'm just trying to track down where it is. You move things and
yeah.
nothing there.
All the solder joints look legit.
Yeah, they do.
It's hiding there somewhere, mate. Let's get the microscope out.
This is my fucking lead. I don't think so.
Is it ready yet? Followed by, cool, hey man, I'm going to need a few weeks to get the money together. Yeah, I've got, I think, 3 guitars here that they were ringing every day. They were ready 3 to 4 weeks, or 3 to 6 weeks ago. They were ready, and they're still here. They were ringing every day asking when it's going to be ready, and when it was ready, I haven't heard from ever since. So if that keeps happening, I'll sell their shit. After sending the appropriate amount of correspondence to confirm that they are abandoning their equipment after a certain amount of time. On the Uncollected Goods Act of 1998 in Australia, you're allowed to sell their shit to recoup costs. If you make anything more than what the invoice price was, you have to give it to the customer. So more often than not, you just advertise whatever the invoice
cost was, and that guarantees you a quick sale, and they forfeit their instrument or whatever, because we can't store everyone's stuff for decades for free. Put it on a forum and have 50 people tell you you're doing it wrong. Yeah. US people are always in a hurry, a bit less in the South. Are they really though? Or are they just impatient? I routinely get told I'm a genius, then told I'm an idiot in the comments section for the exact same video. Hey Brandon, how you going? That sounds like a bunch of bullshit. People telling you how to run your business. People wait for your work because you don't cut corners. Well, some people seem to want me to cut corners because they want it in, like, they want stuff done while they wait. Dad's chasing a voltage drop. Yes, he is.
Yep. Chasing the fucker.
Well, gotta go. See you, Dustin. Take it easy, champ. Buddy wants to go for a pint. Damn you and your ability to drink alcohol not being on Dry July. Damn you.
Not fair.
You do scientific inquiry. That takes time. Well, you know, apparently not to most people. This bloke was fine. Like, that guy just before was nothing. I've dealt with much worse, though. That's what I'm referring to. Morons who say they know exactly what to do sucker people in. Yeah, I've got no idea what to do when an amp comes in because I've got no idea what's wrong with it. It hums. Well, that could be like 50 things more. Same here except for the price limit. Oh, what? You get to make a profit on uncollected goods, Lyle. That's pretty cool. Yeah, well, I'll show you the repair queue. Fuck it, why not? I've got Droid Cam. Where are we? Here we go. Sorry, I'll sneak in. Ow! Is it working? Oh, gotta load the client. Hang on. I'm being annoying again.
Oh yeah. You pay for it. You will suffer.
Restart computer? Fuck no. You needy software need to restart the computer. Why? Just because I changed the resolution? Bullshit.
Because it's a dickhead.
Oh, there's the back of Dad's head. Here we go. So I'll just show you in the little corner camera. But yeah, this stuff here. And stuff here. So essentially all of this came in this week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 devices in there. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16. 16 there. They're mine, so don't worry about them. But that's just what came in this week. 16. And that's not guitars. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's my stuff. 11, 12, 13 that I haven't got to. These are done. So we've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 done. We're working on the 7th. And then all the guitars. So I've been trying to work through the guitars. These all need doing. They're done. And there's a rack full of shit over here as well, which is some of it's mine, some of it's other people. So at any given time, there's like that kind of level of stuff to do. So when you book an amp in or anything in, it goes at the back of that queue. Now, some other techs, myself included in the past, have offered expedited repair. So you get to pay, I don't know, double or 50% extra. And you get to go to the front of the queue. Now that's cool, but what happened was everyone wanted to pay that. So to me that means, well, is that just my new price now? I don't know. That felt a bit wrong, although probably warranted. But but yeah, if everyone wants to jump to the front of the queue, then nothing moves, and then everyone gets the shits. So with me, it's kind of first come, first serve. Storage fees, Brad. Storage fees. Yeah, but it gets up to, well, yeah, that's what you do, Lyle. So yeah, you charge them, I don't know, $15 a week or something, and then when the storage fees become equal to the invoice cost, you're able to sell it. Well, you can anyway, but there's only a time limit. But the storage fees, it's just hard to have that conversation with someone. Oh, you've got to pay me another $75 because you're late, and now there's just bad blood. I'd rather just control my intake. But yeah, for the uncollected stuff, after a certain amount of time, you just get rid of it. I'm thinking about having a garage sale down here in the car park, like have a barbecue and put beers on and shit when the weather warms up, and have live music and stuff. Maybe some records for sale. Collaborate with a few other shops and have a garage sale. Sell all the raw frame speakers and stuff, like everything functional, nothing broken. Just parts and cables and shit, and maybe instruments and guitar parts that I'll probably never use. I'm not a hoarder. I like to move shit on. Greg Patrick says he knows a good tech in the Bay if I need some help. Thanks, mate. I'll get his number off you. Thanks for watching, by the way, Greg. It's
Yeah, good on you, mate.
it means a lot. I see you in the chat all the time. I don't miss anyone. I know who watches.
You know you.
Fly me in for a week. You'll knock out the amps for you. This is someone else, JD. I would, but you need a work visa for that. Otherwise, we're all breaking the law. I want to go to the US next year, so I don't want to break the law there yet. I'll break the law while I'm over there and get deported. All right? Wonder what you got to do to get deported from the States. I mean, just like bad behaviour. I don't want to get shot. I just want to get deported. If you want emergency room service, then you have to pay emergency room prices. Well, James, that's that doesn't make sense over here because you don't pay anything in the emergency room over here. It's free because we have healthcare. I don't think I paid for anything when I got my foot repaired. What did I pay for? Nothing, I don't think. I think everything. I think all I paid for was the boot that I had to wear, and that was like $300, and that was it. Healthcare rules. Anyone that doesn't think so hasn't had to deal with it. Like, what did Mum pay for a breast cancer treatment? What did that put you out of pocket for? Nothing at all. So breast cancer.
Paid us they supplied us with accommodation.
Yeah, so that was Dry July Foundation, wasn't it?
Oh, that was Dry July Foundation donated to McGrath Foundation.
Yeah, McGrath Foundation. Yeah.
And the centre at Nowra is totally covered by senior pensioners.
Did you hear that, lads? So radiation treatment, partial mastectomy, all free. And all the follow-up treatment free. Accommodation free.
They provided with cost of travel.
Cost of travel free to get breast cancer treatment. Yep. Yeah. I'm telling you guys, you got to move out of the States. Just move to Australia.
But that's pensioners' advantage. I don't know.
Pensioners, right? Okay, so that might be something to do with it. But how good is that? And that's what we pay for. That's what tax is for. Yeah, no politics. Healthcare is not politics. Healthcare is healthcare. A local amp tech gave me several amps 6 months ago. Uneconomical repair over 6 months, never collected. Wow. So you just got them for free, Dave. That's pretty cool. Legend. Oh, yeah, don't get us wrong. You got to wait hours in emergency here as well. No, that's, yeah, they don't just put you straight through. Although I did get sent straight through once because I had chest pain. And of course they've got to put you on the ECG. So they put me on the ECG straight away, rushed me through in front of everyone else. So I got triaged to the front of the queue because I had chest pain. Turned out it was a partial pneumothorax, nothing wrong with my heart. I must have sneezed or moved weird, and my lung came away from the chest cavity. And your chest cavity is really rough because your lung's expected to like key into it and stay stuck to it. It's like Velcro. So when your lung comes away from the chest cavity, it's like you're rubbing your raw lung up against Velcro. It was painful. So they couldn't really do anything about it. Just had to watch myself and just let it reconnect to the chest cavity, which was pretty painful. I had to sleep on my face because it was at the back under my shoulder blade. I've got to get my right foot looked at. Constant pain since a European adventure. That's not good. Just shy. Spent just shy of a month in the hospital with a tickle of sepsis. Oof, 16 grand because the doctors didn't write referrals. Man, that sucks. It would probably be us. Oh, if we got together, it would probably be us getting together, drinking, trying to do each other's accents, and me showing Australians what barbecue is. Oh, I know what barbecue is. Australian traditional barbecue's out the window around here these days. It's all American style here now. The good places, anyway. Traditional Australian barbecue, where you throw a couple of chops on a grill until they're black. That's pretty much gone the way of the dodo. Like sometimes you go to parties and there's some uninformed slob there doing that shit, but generally most people are on board with American style barbecue here now. Usually Texas style. There's a lot of beef, but you know, pulled pork, that kind of thing. Like when you got a big family coming around and that, it's easy to do a big pork shoulder and just rip it apart, and everyone goes hell for leather. But yeah, I know what you're saying with proper barbecue law. We've got degrees of American style barbecue, but probably nothing like what you guys have got over there. Yes, Mummy's okay. She's doing well. Thanks, Lyle. She'll be better once she can have a wine, though. No Vegemite rub.
Funny
We walked 15, 20 miles a day. Bloody hell. My feet were painfully swollen after the second day. Huh. American barbecue is rarely up to Memphis standards. Yeah, I know Memphis is a bit more special. We do a lot of beef here, though. Probably because we grow a shit ton of it, but I guess that's why I'm saying it's more Texas style, just because there's a lot of beef. Oh, someone's got a one of the old Discoveries out there.
Discovery.
Land Rover.
Oh yeah.
The old Disco.
Oh shit box.
It's got curtains in the back. It's a shaggin' wagon. Oh, customer.
So why are they cut? Oh, that's interesting.
What's interesting?
I'm just trying to track this shit down, mate.
Alright, I've got to go check this impedance for this bloke. Hang on. Ironically, it's the same amp as that. Alright, let's have a look. Yeah. I look that way, don't I?
Everything had a label on it, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, the labels they often stick to the magnet, and it just comes off after a while. The adhesive goes all bone dry and flakes off. Alright, so
that's 8 ohm. So if we put a 16 parallel with that, it's going to be like 12 ohm. So probably set it to 16, maybe in the ballpark. It's not the end of the world. It'll be a little mismatch, but it's sort of halfway between two settings, so no real choice there. So I'll set that to, what was it? Yeah, set that to 16 now. So when it's on in brackets, oh sorry, actually it's on brackets and it's in half bell mode. We're still a less vague. I think it's 8 or 4, so you're going to have to be on 8 because that's closer to 12. I think 16 when you're on the 4 ohm setting is 16 ohm when you're in low power mode because it shuts off all the valves essentially. So when you're on high power mode, you get 4 ohms there or 8 ohms there. I think it's darker reader. Just gives us a I forgot about the high power mode. I can't remember the way they do that. I've still got the schematic loaded over here though. I don't know.
You never really bother to put it at half power mode when you just run the combo on its own,
Yeah.
would you? You never.
Oh, not general. I mean, half power mode's a bit of a waste of time anyway. It's only like 3 dB different. It's not a big change.
Yeah, it's not like shutting your power in half.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that
Point being, set it to 8 mode. This combo version doesn't have a 16 ohm anyway, and you're going to be at 12 ohm because that's 8 ohm and your other cabinet's 16 ohm. So when you do the math, it's about 12 ohm total load. So just set it to 8, you'll be fine. Yeah. Set it to 8, plug it into the second one, and it'll just be, it won't pull out exactly 100 watts. It's probably put out like 80, something like that. Which is, let's see. You got to double the power to get a noticeable difference. So, you know, if that was putting out 50 watts, it'd only be 6 dB less than 100 watts.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're talking motor roll. Yeah, no,
That's
all
half
good.
the watts isn't half the volume.
No, that's right. Half, it's more like
instead.
half the.
You get a 30 watt that's freaking loud.
Yeah. Oh yeah. AC30s. They're bloody definite. But what was I trying to say? To get perceptibly half volume, you're talking 1/10 of the power, essentially. So if you've got a 10 watt amp and a 100 watt amp, the 10 watt amp in the same cab will sound half as loud as the 100 watt. So it's logarithmic. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
Did you want a new handle for that at all?
I've got one.
Oh,
I took
yeah.
it off because I
Yeah, just be careful putting it in because you've got T-nuts on the underside of there, so if you push the screw too hard, the T-nut will fall off inside the chassis.
Yeah.
So you can short stuff out. So if it goes in and it doesn't engage the screw, you're gonna have to take the chassis out and pull the T-nut out, otherwise it'll short stuff out and blow it up. Yeah.
So that's how that's my room name.
Oh, mad. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Must be pretty dead in there in terms of reflections.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a few keys.
Yep.
That's
Just crank it. Yeah.
So I'll just make half an hour in the studio.
Yeah, sweet.
Piano in there too.
Oh, yeah.
It's really, you know, if you've got a drum kit in there and probably, I mean, it's not soundproof.
Yeah. It's pretty soundproof. Yeah.
At least if you did get a drum, like I've got a mate's bass player, his rigs in the corner as well.
Yeah.
You know you could hear it, but as long as it wasn't too late at night, we'd be alright, you know.
My brother, in his band, they had a block garage, and they built a structure within the garage, because they asked me for advice on how to make it.
Yeah, a room within a room, that's what
Yeah,
they say.
properly soundproof.
Yeah.
So they ended up getting like neoprene pads and mounted the inner studs and floor on that. I think the slab was common actually, so it's not as good as it could be because they left the slab how it is, but they built a room inside the room essentially and mounted it with neoprene to the outer structure. And all you hear when you're outside is a bit of kick, a bit of bass, and a little bit of crack in the snare, and that's from the street level. But when you get down, open the door, it's like blows your face off. It's
Yeah.
just, oh my
Well,
god.
we're in a battle axe box, so we've got to
Yeah. So you're surrounded.
you know, from here to there.
Yeah. That's gonna be pretty
You
good.
can hear it, but it's just like someone playing their stereo at a
Too
low
low,
volume.
yeah.
Like it's not.
Same as just the douche party next door or something.
Yeah,
you
well,
know, or
it's
up
not
the
even
road.
that bad. If
Yeah.
someone has a party, it's a lot more volume
It's
than
not
coming
too
out of
bad.
here.
Yeah.
And you know, I can crank it a bit. Like I don't, as I say, I don't pump it at full volume to get. You know what I mean? You just want to get that nice tone.
Yeah, just get it starting to break up.
Yeah.
That's the marginal tone.
No worries. Well, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, good luck with
So
that.
leave it on 8 here again.
Yeah, you should be fine there. It's a little bit of a mismatch, but not by far. So, I mean, I've got a 16 ohm speaker under the bench. And
So it stays on high mode.
yeah, leave it on high, or you can put it on half if you want. I found it doesn't sound fantastic, but it just runs them in triode mode instead of pento, so you don't really achieve anything. I think it puts out about, from memory, 30 or 40 watts in triode mode, something like that.
Right.
I just leave them full. It's a master volume amp anyway. Something like this, I can understand wanting the scale power. Put on that, you got a master volume, so that doesn't have a master. It's if you want distortion out of it, you've got to turn it up. That's how they used to be before the JCM 800s, the 2203.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Very
Cool
good.
things though.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Good luck with it.
I'll let you know how it goes with the orange when I get it going.
Yeah, no problem.
So
So
I'm
you're picking up.
bringing me I want to get the Gibson Les Paul set up too.
Yep, no worries.
It's got 10s on it. I want to get 9s on it and just I don't know, play around with the action.
Yeah, you want to get it a bit lower, right?
It's always better.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's pretty good. But
We can have a look at it and go from there. Come up with a
Yeah.
game plan.
and it seems to go out of tune a bit. I don't know whether it's just Gibson's or I've heard. But
Could be the nut. It might be the nut slots just need a bit of fine tuning. It might be
Yeah.
seizing up on the nut a bit. But yeah, I'll have a
I mean, you fixed up that other guitar with the Floyd Rose and the locking.
Yep.
And mate, that never goes out.
Yeah, good.
It just sits there.
Well, that's how Floyd should be.
Yeah. All right.
No worries.
Thank you.
Take it easy. Have a good weekend.
Yeah.
I think I got this thing, Brad.
You think you got it, eh?
Oh, look, bloody, all the corrosion in these bloody...
Oh shit. Fuses.
Look at this. It's all over the outside as well.
Yeah, that's. I didn't think much of that because the Marshalls often have this weird white
Yeah.
powdery shit on them.
Yeah.
I still haven't got out of anyone what that actually is, but it's like minerals leaking out of the plastic.
Yeah, salts or something.
Yeah.
This one will be the same.
Ew, it feels
Yeah,
weird
really.
too. Yeah.
And you look in there,
No, yeah.
look in there.
Contacts are fucked.
Yeah. Fucking torch is fucked too.
Why do they have flashy mode?
They're a pain in the
I want
arse.
to make it a jail
You
of all
fucking
things
need-
to have flashy mode on torches. Here you go.
It just needs, that's good. Yeah, I've cleaned this one a bit just with the alcohol so far.
How good's flashy mode? Look.
Yeah, that's a good torch, that one. Yeah, this one's a bit dull. The battery's just about stuffed in this. Oh, there it is, look at that.
Oh, it's not syncing with the frame rate.
Not as dry as that one.
Turn off, you bastard.
Yeah. So I'll clean them out. I'm going to burnish the contacts
Alright.
or something.
Something.
I might stick a bit of rolled up scarab in there. Got a bit of scarab?
Yes. Scotch Brite,
Pretty fine one, yeah.
Probably that one.
Okay. Then I'll flush them out again.
Where's your fiberglass pen, mate?
I've actually got that, and I've got the a wire brush one.
I've got to order them. Did you say element 14 for them?
Yeah.
I think we're back on. Yep, sweet.
And Mum's watching. She said, "You didn't mention that the accommodation was free and the travel was free." I said, "I did so."
Yeah, we said that.
See, I told you. She's watching.
She is watching. Hi, Mum. Let's steer away from US politics. Yeah, sorry, I keep triggering politics conversations, and then Lyle's got to clean up the mess. Sorry, I'll stop. There's so many things that are just life that I know, because the problem is over here it's not political. Over there everything's political, so you can't talk about shit. So nothing gets fixed.
Good one to watch out for is these fuse holders in Marshalls.
You guys have got to come to Australia for a
If they've got
holiday.
that white oxide on the outside, clean that off and look at the fuse and the fuse holder and the contacts inside. They'll be all corroded.
Yeah.
So
Does anyone know what actually triggers that? You see it on the Marshall bias pots as well. It's the black plastic, and it's multiple companies making these things. So I don't know what it is. You got Pyre making the.
it's Nashville fibre body, I think.
You got Pyre making the bias pots. You got Cliff making the input jacks, and they all get this crystalline white shit on the black plastics. It seems to come out of the plastic. I don't know. I like barbecue, but I don't eat meat. I try to avoid carcinogens, so I occasionally grill eggplant. Grilled eggplant's nice. I like grilled eggplant and halloumi. I like those lights above the bench, even if I don't live stream. I never have enough light. Eyeballs changing every year at this point. So I think Lyle said video lights are excellent work lights and pretty inexpensive. Yeah, these were like $500 for a set of two, along with stands and the grids. And the grids are handy because that means you don't get the light in your eyes just directed at the workspace. So
They're good.
yeah. What do you think about vintage scopes?
Love them.
They're good when they work.
Well, nothing wrong with this one.
Well, I know nothing's wrong with that one, but what happens if that fails? Are we going to repair it? Are we going to calibrate
fix
it? Yeah, but like
Don't worry about calibration. The calibration will never go out.
calibration, schmalibration. I'm dealing
It's
with
an-
audio, but
it's an indicative device. It's
Yeah.
not it's not a calibration device.
my point is, like, if something blows up in them,
Yeah.
it's tricky to.
Fixable.
Yeah, all right.
Just
Dad
like my
likes
old
them. I think
Kyoritsu.
Dad likes them.
My old Kyoritsu.
Lyle's old vintage scopes died. He got a Rigol. Probably the best option for a beginner. At the entry cost is fairly low, and you know it will work. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Dad doesn't like the Rigol.
No.
Here's the Luddite. You already know how to use scopes to know if a Hamfest pickup is worthwhile. Yeah. Sorry. You already have to know how to use scopes to know if a Hamfest pickup is worthwhile. So you need to know how to use them to know if one is a good deal or not. I think that's what he's saying. Siglant have a following too. Siglant have... Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry.
Siglant have some very high-end units, but they've also got some beginners, like the Rigols, like the diffusers, whatever they're called. I have some lights, but need to see if those are available. So these are the... I forget the weird name.
Fuck, it's too bright.
I forget the weird name that they are.
No, I'll go back to mine.
They're not
Blinding.
the Niwa. It's got a weird name. I know that much. Nanlite LumiPad 25. Nanlite is the brand. LumiPad 25 is the model. And they came in a set of 2 with floor stands. So there's no softbox on them. They're naturally just soft, the LumiPads. So you don't need a soft box. You just put the grid right in front of it. Someone said Brad's dad doesn't give much away with his thought process for fault finding. He's not very verbal when the camera's rolling.
Oh, well.
Oh well. There's lots of LED panel lights on Amazon. The trick is to find the ones that have softbox attachments. Yeah, the ones that Lyle have. He's just put a link up. Yeah, perfect. They are very good. But I'm opposed to using Amazon for anything. And
Fuckers on.
fuckers on. Because Jeff Bezos and his penis-shaped rockets are something that I cannot support. But they have the Nanlite stuff is locally available. But the Amazon stuff is fantastic as well. You guys probably find it over there easier than here. I can't justify stuff being shipped all over the place. And these things are already in stock in a warehouse in Australia. Careful putting it in. Words to live by. Well, Wes thinks you're in the zone. Link is too long to put here. Look for Niwa 480 or 660. Yeah, the 660s are more power. Your link works. Oh yeah, it abbreviates the link, Lyle, but the links still work. I found that out the other week when I was doing the Dry July links. Brad's dad. Oh yeah, equals amp analysis explanation.
It's all ticking over the brain box.
Yeah, it's just basically, what's the thing? There was something limiting the current in the cathodes, and that was limiting the bias point of the output valves, because it was...
Well, it was all over the place.
Yeah.
That's where the intermittency came from.
And in its stock form, there's not that much happening in the cathodes. There's just the fuses. But with this custom setup, that was a bit of a red herring that we thought maybe there was a problem there. Because when someone's modified an amp, the first thing you give attention to is the modification, because 9 times out of 10 it's done fucking retardedly. But in this case, there's nothing wrong with the mod. And it's just the valve fuses, the cathode fuses.
Just marginal problem.
So that's your explanation. Really, are you wearing skinny jeans? Fits in my pocket fine. Oh, they're talking between themselves. Oh, Lyle doesn't have a lot of room in his pockets, mate. There's a lot going on down there. Maybe he's just, a bit more push for real estate. So,
tell him to shut up.
Jimmy makes baba ganoush with the grilled eggplant. I did that too, but Michelle hates baba ganoush for some reason. She eats lots of other things similar to it, but Amazon US has Nanlite and softbox too. Yeah, all the Nanlite promotional videos were in, we were American accent people promoting them. So I think they're a Chinese company with an American distribution wing. Yeah, and the ones facing Dad's face is the compact
They're good.
60 or something.
I like them.
They're smaller versions of the Lumi pads, essentially. I don't know how they've done it. It's perfectly soft panel with no hint of LED, individual LEDs, or no hint of flickering. However they've done it, they've done a good job. I'm lucky because I sort of took a leap of faith and just ordered them, hoping for the best. Looked up some reviews, but reviews. It's not like... Photography stuff's a bit like amps and guitars. There's so much bullshit out there and shills that just get given free shit. So everything's great. Everything's fantastic. The worst they can say about something is like, it's just application specific, which means it's fucking shit and not versatile.
Beautiful.
Gotek and HP scopes. But like Lyle, use the Rigol 1054Z most of the time. Use the HP for low level analog signals, yeah, because it's probably better for low level stuff. Buy every scope like Mended Mark. I just found Mended Mark's channel the other week actually. He's got like what 20 videos, but he's somehow got like multiple 100,000 subscribers. Whatever he's doing it right. He's figured out the algorithm for sure. I don't know. It's just seemed to come out of nowhere, and now he's just taken off. Good on him. I haven't watched any of them. But I've been meaning to. He seems to know what he's talking about. I've watched segments, but not a fanboy. It's just he's got one of the more formal, more organised channels. Mine's very informal over here, guys. You don't have to wear your good shoes for my channel. That's for sure. Mr. Carlson, yeah, doesn't he collect scopes and? It's taking me all day to set up a guitar.
It's slow, mate.
It's because I'm talking shit. Saturdays I sort of give myself a license to not be too hard on myself, because all week's been a bit of a slaughter, a bit of a punish, as they say, as the kids say. So I try to enjoy it on a Saturday. Sunday I'm going to have to spray paint, because that's another person on my back. Spray painting in winter is always very fun. Paint takes forever to cure, and usually you're dealing with high, just low temps and condensation and stuff. I haven't put up any videos of spray painting, partially because it's not fun and I fucking hate it. So why would you put up videos advertising something that you do for money that you fucking hate and you don't want to do anymore? Would you watch a video about spray painting, Dad?
I just do it, mate.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I do.
Not that I spray much these days.
Spray painting's one of the most boring jobs. Tedious, time consuming, and you've got to pay attention the whole time. It's otherwise the tiniest thing, like you miss a spot and just slightly less coverage in one spot and it's fucked. Sanding between coats, you miss a bit and the paint doesn't stick, or you get contamination and now you got a fish eye. Ugh. Think, oh, today's a good day to spray, and then the wind picks up and it becomes a blustery bloody dust and shit blown around everywhere. No, just got to cancel it.
What the fuck is going on here?
You one of those manky old rags I pinch?
Yeah.
Oh, that one's wet.
Yes, there's a better one.
Oh, thank you.
Something still funny, Red.
Something still funny. Oh no.
Hear me laughing?
I use the meter more than the scope. I'm faster on it. Yeah, the scope, you pull it out when you need it. It's not something you use all the time. I've had quite a people asking me if I still do custom work. Feel the pull, but still telling them no. Well, do you have to? I mean, it's not as fun as building your own stuff or restoring stuff just to sell.
I'll just try. What do you think?
As soon as there's time expectations involved, all the fun sort of goes out the window a bit. Not all of the fun, but a lot of it. Hey Scotty, how you going, champ? I use a multimeter before the scope generally too, yeah. It's the scopes for the weird phantom problems that are a pain in the ass to track down, or the real complex circuits. The stuff that you don't have documentation for, no schematic, like some circuit boards that don't have friggin' silk screens, that's fun. Regina Spektor's on the radio. I like Regina Spektor. What time are we going? You were going at 12, weren't you?
Who?
You.
No,
Oh,
I'm not sure.
I think they said lunch at 3 or something, didn't
After.
they? Yeah, okay. We'll just go to 2 then.
Yeah, we go home, I think, and then go from there.
Right, okay.
I think that's the plan.
I gotta eat something soon. I'm starting to get a headache.
Stop being a baby.
Alright, fretboard oiled. Cleaned and oiled. Lyle, I have a dilemma maybe you can give me advice on. I can't find the motivation to fix my own gear. Any solution? Throw it in the bin, Scotty. Fixing your own gear sucks. Fucking sucks, doesn't it, Dad?
Yeah.
When you're fixing other people's gear, it feels like you're getting something done. When you're fixing your own gear, it feels like you're just working your prick off just to get back to zero. It's not a good feeling. A lot of other techs feel the same way. I remember old mate Lewis Rossman talking about that. His computer was playing up, so he just literally throw the thing in the bin. Get another one. Even though his job was fixing computers. Started teaching skateboarding this week to inner city kids. That's pretty cool. What are they? They're not learning themselves anymore. Spraying here can be a pain with the high humidity. Yeah, lots of blushing unless you add chemicals to your lacquer. Yeah. So adding retarder slows down the what would you call it? Makes it less volatile, so it doesn't go as cold when the paint's drying, so it doesn't condense as much on the surface. So blushing is condensation of water on the surface of the uncured paint, and because the water stays there and the paint goes touch dry and the water's still there, you get that haze of the water droplets that are microscopic on the surface, and it just looks like a creamy hazy mess. You can sometimes buff it out because it is just on the surface, but sometimes on thick coats it can end up within the actual paint as well. Well, I've had new pots and a new pair of bare knuckles ready to go in my 335 since Christmas, still sitting there. Well, you should do it today, Lyle. No, tomorrow over there. It's Friday night there. Do it on Sunday. Sunday should be the day when you work on your own gear and try and make it fun. What I suggest is being a little bit drunk for it, because it's your own gear. It's your own gear, so you know it doesn't matter if you break it. It's not someone else's.
And you're not on dry July.
Yeah, yeah. Have a drink for me.
Have a drink.
Fucking dry July. Whose idea was that?
Stupid idea.
Sounds like a pretty piss weak compressor he's got next door, eh?
That has done it.
Not the big dual cylinder fucker like I've got at home. Just sounds like a direct drive.
Yeah.
So yeah, when it comes to paint and blushing and humidity, the type of compressor you have, as well as the filtration is critical. So if you've got a direct drive Home Depot compressor, leave it in the garage for your tyres. Not even that really, because they heat the air up so much, you can't filter out the moisture because it's still in a vapor phase when you're trying to filter it, and it finds its way through the filters. So you need a filter. So the Motor Guard make one called the M100 or something, and it's basically a glorified toilet roll. It's a recycled heavy paper roll with a plastic bobbin, I guess you could call it, roll in the middle, and that filters the oil and moisture out of the air. It can only do so much though, so small occasional touch-up stuff, it's fine, but if you were going to try and spray 10 guitars at once, it's going to end up finding its way through that too. So you need desiccant filters, which can get expensive, or you need a vapor phase filtration unit like a refrigerant air filter, and that's very expensive but the most effective of all of them. What you really need is a combination of all three. So yeah, it's expensive. The payoff's not great because there's always some guy willing to undercut you for spray paint work. It kind of doesn't make sense to do, to be honest, and I should stop doing it immediately. Problem is no one else wants to do it, but that's not my problem, is it?
No.
It's not really my problem that someone else doesn't provide a service that I no longer want to provide. Spray painting's oh god, my word brains aren't working. What am I trying to say? Mental blank. I need a beer. Spray painting's satisfying when it goes well, but yeah, it's not a good way to make a reliable income. Let's leave it at that. I'm not sure Mr. Carlson is representative of most Canadians. Is he Canadian? I didn't know that. I've been spending all my time doing home repairs, shop upgrades, learning how to actually use my real camera. Oh, don't overtake me with the camera skill. You're going to make me look like a hack. You already do. I have a dead Roland ProMars. It was free, and a PV XXX, 3 PV Bravos. All in pieces. Well, it sounds like you need to get busy there, Ted.
You have to put this bloody fuse holder, bread.
Still playing up?
I think it could be a cracked solder joint on the board.
Ah.
Won't know, have a look.
Is that one a prick to take out?
No, not too bad.
I
Do
think
its nuts and we'll be right.
if those contacts are corroded, I think I've got.
You got some?
Well, I've got these boards up here. Might have one.
Oh, I'll have a look at the board
yeah.
first. So it's a cracked solder joint.
Are they the same pattern as them?
Yeah, look like it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the ones.
Yep.
Might be able to pinch those ones. They look a bit better quality.
Yeah.
Better condition, I mean.
Let's see if it's a cracked joint first.
The old TSL board comes in handy. Ted Woodford, yeah, he does good work. Puisheen, how are you supposed to say that? Puisheen? Polishing, yeah. It's weird, we've been conditioned to view people on TV as more important than the rest of us. And some of that transfers to YouTube people. I was watching the guy who linked me to with the pickup swapping. He's a champion. Learns fast. Watched him rebuild that Vibrolux. I've got to find more time to watch YouTube. I never thought I'd say that sentence, but so it's kind of unreal that people I watch are watching me. Well, that's the way I felt when you started watching me live, but I think you came here not to learn anything. You came here for the comedy. See, that's my crutch. When I don't know something, I'll just be funny. What could possibly go wrong?
No, you fucking prick.
Acoustic guitars, the puff pastry of luthiers. I prefer hearty loaves. Peter Cummins has run out of Toothford videos to watch. Try my hand at brewing some wine. Brings back memories of my dad, even though I don't drink. I bet you're going to have some pretty friendly neighbours though, eh?
Yeah, crack solder joint, Brett.
Cracked solder joints!
Like it? Hang on. Yeah,
Boom.
on that one.
So there you go. That was pretty clear. I should think what his troubleshooting was there. We cleaned the shit out of the thing and
Yeah, didn't work.
it's still playing up, so
Didn't.
there's not that much in the cathodes. And if the plate,
Where's that switch?
the grid and the screen grid voltage are constant and there's still fluctuating current, well, the problem's got to be in the cathode, isn't it?
Well, you just move things and the resistance will change.
Yeah.
That's why I just stick with the meter.
Stick with the meter.
Stick with the meter. Get the old soldering iron out.
Solder.
Resolder them fuckers.
Got to resolder them.
Resolder the fuckers. And earth wire broke off then too.
Earth wire broke off.
Yeah.
It's alright. Earth's everywhere, dude.
Yeah. That's just the main earth, don't worry about it.
Oh, is that the chassis ground?
Yeah.
Shit.
No, it actually, the ground goes to the rectum fry diodes anyway.
Rectum fryer.
Yeah. So this is only ground to the filtering system. Ground earth. Ground thing, thing.
Rectum? Damn near killed him.
Rectum, right? You wrecked the fuckers.
Oh god, what is this sticky shit on this guitar?
I'm not even sure what
Oh, someone's put double-sided tape on the thing and it's all just degraded and turned to just mush. Trying to not get it off with something aggressive because it's on plastic and it could destroy the plastic. So
IPA is about as strong as I go there.
yeah, shellite can be okay,
Yeah, that'd be alright.
but sometimes IPA works better than shellite depending on what you're trying to clean off.
Yeah. Sure does. Hey. Mighty.
Also running low on Psionic. Yeah, move your ass, Lyle. You're trying to make videos too nice. He's trying to run rings around the rest of us hacks. So he's producing he's doing what Six does. All the gear, plenty of idea, but no videos coming out, bro. Gotta go punk rock, release everything. That's how the algorithm works. Like I know, with my 42 viewers. 42, the meaning of life. That's how many viewers we've got right now. Yeah.
Not bad.
Been doing test vids, getting lighting video settings the way I really want them. The work is happening but haven't been publishing the footage. Almost have it right. At which point I can recall memory steps and the lighting presets and work faster than I did with the iPhone. Good. Your channel is awesome, Lyle. Really love your content, though. My wife asks if we really need to go to bed to amp videos. Kind of takes the kind of takes a bit of the romance out of it, eh? You shouldn't need a video of a high watt to get half a mongrel for your missus. was explaining to Mum yesterday, I think, what half a mongrel means. Means when you got a bit of a hard on. That's Australian terminology. Oh, fuck, look at that chick. She's giving me half a mongrel. Or when you get a full-on mongrel, it's a diamond cutter.
Bradley.
Getting a diamond cutter.
I better look over the rest of this shit box too.
Hey, it's not a shit box. Customer might be watching.
I'm sorry.
Hey Brad, I took your advice and purchased every left-handed Gibson guitar from that estate sale. Yes, I got 3, including a black Firebird, left-handed. Jesus, that would be worth a lot. Wow, a Les Paul with P90s. Good move, man. If you had the money to get them, they are not going to go down in value. Well, it depends what you paid for them, but you know, you wouldn't have paid something stupid because you're here, so you're not dumb. You're here, so you're a champion. So when I talk about effects work in bed, yeah, I don't talk about any work stuff in bed, to be honest. I'm quite happy to stop talking about work when I leave it, actually, to be honest. Don't know. There's too many other things to talk about when I'm not at work. I told her that people say they listen to me to fall asleep, which is what I do with David Attenborough documentaries. Yeah, it can be a little bit of an underhanded insult, eh? I listen to you to fall asleep. Thanks, I guess. What are you supposed to say to that? Lyle's got a voice for radio.
He does.
As long as you don't tell him he's got a face for radio.
Some fucking shit soldering, yeah.
Check the normaling on the 16 ohm jack. That's not an issue on the JCM 900, is it, Lyle? No, it's not. They're just paralleled. So yeah, what Lyle was referring to is an issue. I know it's an issue on the JCM 2000s.
Yeah.
Don't know if there's any other versions that's an issue on, but it's definitely an issue on the 2000s.
There could be a little bit of a crack. Duck joint. It's cracked.
Someone quoted either mine or Lyle's video on someone else's channel regarding that, and they were very thankful, and I was like, oh, cool. You don't know until you know, so there you go, now you know. Everyone give me a like. Well, only if you like it. I'm not forcing people to like me. You can give me a thumbs down if you want, but why would you do that when you can just go elsewhere? There's one guy that thumbs down everything. I don't know who it is. I don't really care, but whatever it is, they should probably find a better hobby. A little bit sad, just thumbs downing everything, isn't it? Alright, let's string this bad boy up. Oh man, those pots feel dry as hell. They're squeaking. Never heard a pot squeak before. Jeez. Oh, Jimmy's got a quarter mongrel. Ah, you'll get there, mate. Oh, 42 is ASCII for asterisk, which is a wild card, so anything. And so the answer is whatever you want. Is that where they got it from, Scotty? No way, really? Gugon Limonene is great too. I don't know, I've tried that stuff and I've found paint thinners to absolutely destroy it. Paint thinners is great for anything sticky. You just put a dab on it, it just fucking disappears. You soak it up with the rag and it's done. But anything that's like I get people telling me eucalyptus oil to get sticker residue off. It's shit. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It never has. I don't know where the fuck that came from. Some old wives' tale. It just makes it fucking stink.
Yep.
And just smudges it around as if just a dry rag or water would have. I found naphtha doesn't work on most sticky goop or masking tape. IPA for duct tape. Yeah, IPA works well for duct tape. It's often amplifiers. Some mouth-breathing fuck has used electrical tape in a hot valve amplifier, and I've got to clean it off with IPA.
Use terps too.
Terps, yeah, it just stinks.
It does, but it works.
What do they call that in the States?
Mineral terps.
Mineral turpentine. Do you call it mineral turpentine over there, champions? 2 words, Lyle. Response videos. Oh. Who's responding to who?
Fuck, where's me?
I was cleaning my Russian Big Muff, swapping the Velcro out to some nicer quality stuff. The old Velcro adhesive had degraded. D-goo stuff didn't work. Yeah, it doesn't, eh? I had to elbow grease it off for 30 minutes. I found the same there. I've just... The more noxious the chemical, the more effective it is, let's face it. And that's pretty much how it goes, isn't it? The more like it smells like it's going to give you birth defects, the more effective it is. It's a shame, but it's true.
Steer away from it.
Xylene, yeah. Anything that starts with an X.
Oh yeah.
But it ruins a lot of plastics, yeah. I learned the hard way also. Do not use IPA on acrylic. Old trick is to use sticker or tape to remove the sticker or tape. Yeah. Sometimes when it's been baked on there for ages, no go. I'm guilty of waking up at 2 AM and a few videos down. My wife just doesn't seem to understand. I'm always volume fighting against her true crime playlist. Why don't you get earphones, mate? Yeah, Lyle's correct. Go from the least noxious to the most noxious, and only use the ones that you have to when nothing before it worked. Look at the ground normaling. The ground normaling on the 16 ohm jack. Well, there is no 16 ohm jack because there's just 2 in parallel, and it's got a switch. So there you go. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I haven't experienced xylene affecting plastics, but I don't turn to it often. It's an aromatic hydrocarbon, and ketones wreak havoc on plastic for sure. Brad and Dad stream, that's right. You just call it turpentine. Okay, well, so do we. Eucalyptus, then the koalas end up giving you your amp chlamydia. Well, I guess the news of koala chlamydia has made it to the States. That sucks.
Poor little fuckers.
Poor little bastards. It's not their fault we cut down all their trees. I can't get over... no, I shouldn't go into politics. Fuck.
Don't go there.
All I'm going to say is Victoria Forests. Criminals. Vic Forests. Over the hill we go. Killing another mountain.
Boing.
Might be the SLX you're remembering. Yeah, could be. I haven't had an SLX for a while, actually. I like those things. Roar.
Good bastard.
Have a Bluetooth headband. Headband? so she doesn't. Oh shit! Drop the string. Yeah, I've got the little earpieces, tiny little things they are. They're like the Audio Technica's answer to the AirPods. But they've got a larger cavity. So they hang out your ear a bit, but they sound really good because they can develop the bass more than just using pure DSP to do it, which always sounds a bit naff. Yeah, the drop bears, that's just like the wild haggis over in Scotland. Go haggis hunting. You heard about that?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
So we've got the drop bear thing over here. Well, in Scotland, they tell people that haggis is an animal, and they go haggis hunting. And they've got like little cartoons and everything. Dumb tourists will go, "Oh wow, can we go haggis hunting?" "Oh yeah, sure." "Oh no, the weather's not quite good enough." I get along well with Scots people. Can I buy mineral spirits in is that Canada or California? Anywhere. Is that because of some cancer thing where everything in California gives you cancer? Poor Californians. How do they survive? 900s have that awful cap in the bias that isn't rated for AC on the HT. Ooh, do they though? Is that the one? Let me have a look. Oh, is that one? Not rated for AC. What? That'd be the one. This one here. We haven't removed that board yet. Oh, that's what you just put back in. So that's rated at
275?
250 AC. Fuck. Out she comes.
Alright.
I forgot about that. I meant to tell you about that.
Yeah, it's alright. I haven't tightened the nuts up yet.
How many Mickey fuckers is it? 0.47 was it?
Absolutely.
That changes the voltage if we change the value, so it's got to be
0.047.
0.047. Right. Thanks, Lyle. There's nothing wrong with it now, but let's give him a reliable amp, eh?
Yeah.
0.047. Oh fuck! Don't tell. Oh no, they're in another container. Got to give him some 630s. Yeah, they go all using X class cap. Oh yeah, fancy dancy, but it's fucking massively over voltage because it derives it from the HT.
That's alright.
That's what was wrong with that combo that came in and destroyed a bunch of shit, including the power transformer. Oops. That's got to be on my model specific do every time list. Jeez, I would kill for a bit of Savo, eh?
Yeah.
Starting to give me the shits.
Me too, mate. Must be nearly confirmed alcoholics.
Maybe. Although, I don't think a confirmed alcoholic would have gotten 2 weeks in.
We're doing alright. Well, the cleanest inside fuse holders we've ever seen. Now, what the right size tip? I don't know. Let's see.
Fuck, don't tell me I don't have the right cap.
I'll take it out now. Yeah, no, yeah, no.
Oh, we're going to have to. I've got a 400 volter, but...
Put it in those other boards in there.
They do it differently. They haven't got a HT derived bias supply. Theirs is just directly. Lyle just ruined my day.
Thanks, Lyle. Good advice, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
That's good news to know.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, if it failed in the future, I would have done it for him because of, But, yeah, it's a thing. Fender being Fender. Fender. Marshall being Marshall. Same shit. Oh, no, there we go. 0.047. 5%ers, there you go.
Fantastic, mate.
630 volt. Boom.
Fantastic.
I owe you a Coke.
What for?
Not you, Lyle. 900s. Yeah, sorry. I had the Jackalope as a kid. What's Jackalope? Cool, I'm blocked now. Blocked by who? Always watch for there. You're not blocked, Scotty. Lyle, what are your current pickups in the 335 and would you do the Peter Green magnet flip? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the out of phase nasal weird shit. I had a guitar just the other day, sorry. Customer brought it in, another shop tried to rewire it, I think 3 or 4 times and got it wrong every time. They couldn't figure out the wiring code wasn't standard bare knuckle colour codes, and there was no record anywhere online of the bare knuckle colour codes being different at any point in history, but I just had to go with what was in front of me. He didn't want anything out of phase and the colour codes were wrong. So the previous tech had tried to rewire it. I think he said he took it back 3 times and it kept being out of phase.
You happy with 630s now, are you?
630s, yeah.
Okay.
Why?
I don't know.
What, you want 1 kVs?
No, I thought isn't that an X-rated capacitor or something?
It is, but it's only 250 volt,
Yeah.
and it's exposed to more than that because it's on the HT. Ideally, I'll put in some like 1.6 or 2 kVs, but that's better than what's in there. So you think about the failure mode of this, right?
Yeah.
So when that fails, it
That's
loses its foil and it loses capacitance. The bias voltage goes closer to 0.
Yeah.
Whereas that, if it fails, it'll go short,
Mm.
and you'll blow up your bias caps and same shit.
I mean, have you ever looked at the specs on
You'll destroy the whole front end of the output stage. For those, no,
They actually what voltage rate has?
630 volt. Are you moderating me, Lyle? I don't think you're blocked, Scotty. I can still see your stuff. I think it might just be YouTube doing weird shit, man. I don't know, Scotty. Maybe something blocked it. It wasn't either of us, so I don't know. I don't think YouTube blocks almost anything unless you're full on. I've had to block a few people, but they were just nutcases, or they just wouldn't leave me alone. He said triggered and screw California. Yeah, maybe that was automatic, Scotty. It wasn't either of us, but yeah. What about lacquer thinner? Yeah, lacquer thinner is fantastic. And acetone is still legal there. Well, they use it at all the nail salons. Isn't that just what nail polish remover is? Just acetone? Or like acetone with a gelifier? Gelignifier? Ethyl acetate. Ethyl acetate is nail polish remover, not acetone. Okay. Thanks, Ted. Methyl methacrylate. It's like saying the stuff on the back of the shampoo bottle. Methyl chloroisothiazolinone. That's a good one. It's really warm here today. It's about 20 degrees here at the moment, I think. What's that in Fahrenheit? 40,000 or something.
Yeah, they don't make some AC. Who gives a fuck?
It'll be on the DigiKey.
I've actually gone to Panasonic's data sheet.
Just have a look at the DigiKey part number on the bag, and it's on the parametric search. There's a column that says DC volts rated and AC volts rated.
That should work on the AC alternator on the Panasonic thing. Anyhow, it doesn't matter.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
She's cool. I'm not going to be 630 volts in the device.
I mean, the existing one put up a good fight, but yeah, I've definitely seen them fail regularly. Regularly.
No worries, mate.
I suppose they've lasted 20, 30 years, so they're probably...
It's all done that, isn't it?
Yeah,
Try about 40 or 50 years.
doesn't mean it's suitable.
Boing, boing.
Boing, boing. He's not using acetone to thin paint, he's using it to clean his brushes. You use Penetrol to thin oil-based paint, don't you?
No, that's a well. It does thin it, but it's you can use terps too.
Terps? Anything with a high flash point, I should say. Always get them mixed up, like viscosity. I always say low viscosity when I mean high. Depends on the paint. Yeah, don't go thinning water-based paint with fucking terps. It'll turn into a lumpy mess. It'll...
It's horrible.
Alright, this is a... Sorry, I should have mentioned what guitar I'm working on. This is an Aria Pro 2. Serial number, non-existent. Model PE175. Putting flat rounds on this bad boy. The action's suspiciously high. Let's see what the truss rod does. Came in with no strings, so it's always a bit of a worry when they come in with no strings on, because you don't know if something's dramatically wrong and they've done that to try and cover it up.
They're not telling you anything.
Yeah, it's amazing the amount of times, and I'm sure the other guys here that do tech work, the amount of times customers try and hide shit. I just don't understand it. A, if you take your stuff to a tech and you think you've successfully hidden shit from them, why would you trust your shit with the tech that wouldn't be able to find the shit that you've hidden from them, right? Because you think you're smarter than the tech.
Do it yourself.
Well, you fucking do it, right? But then, do they think that there's a magical thing that when you hide something from a tech and it's not immediately obvious but becomes obvious later, do you think that that's somehow a gotcha that now the tech's liable for it and you can pretend the problem wasn't there before? Like, who the fuck's going to wear that? And it just takes us longer to find the problem because you've tried to conceal it. So it's going to cost you more. If you just told us straight up, it would cost you less because we wouldn't have to go finding these things out later. And when you say, oh yeah, no, it works fine, you plug it in, there's no signal, and I've got to pull the pickups out and pull out the pots and find broken wires and your pickup's got a broken coil, do you honestly think that now you're getting that shit for free? Like, I don't fucking think so. So just tell us, and then you'll know what you're up for to start with, instead of us having already had to do the work to find out what else was wrong, and then you're going to pay for it or we sell your guitar. But anyway, that's not the case with this one. I'm just having a token whinge yet again. I'm just, what I like to do is create situations in my head that don't exist and then complain about them. It's good when you hit middle age. You should try it.
Get on with the fucking job. You might get more work done.
Pretty much everyone middle aged does that, I thought.
I gave up on that years
Fuck,
ago.
I'm middle aged.
I'm fucking old.
No comment.
I suppose one thing of my favourites I got here.
Yeah. And you never bought a Harley,
No.
so that's a plus.
Wouldn't buy one of those shit boxes.
We're talking to Americans and we're shit talking Harleys.
If I ever had an opportunity to buy a bike, it would have been a fucking Ducati.
I'd rather have a push bike than a fucking Harley. Thank you. At least you get something out of it and it won't break down as much. Oh, that's lovely.
Well, I haven't had a boat, so I don't need a boat anchor.
A boat anchor, yeah. Alright, we need a new nut. So the truss rod was massively loose. And now that I've tightened it, every string's hitting hard on the first fret. So and the top of the nut is barely in line with the midpoint of the string, so we can't build it up buttercup. We're going to have to put a new nut on it.
New nuts for you, mate.
So I might just confirm that, because I think I quoted this one for old mate, which was silly, considering it came in with no strings. Yeah, we've still got like 0.2 of a mil relief in the neck. And she's buzzing hard on the first fret. Sounds good, doesn't it? It's like a sitar. Anyone know Ravi Shankar? Cam down. They want a pip cam. I'll just pip cam it. Hang on.
Pitch cam what?
I know Lyle was pretty impressed by the pip cam. That's the droid cam.
Ah.
Alright, I think we're live. Is that showing up in the little corner there? Dad?
Hey?
Is that showing up in the little corner?
No.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, the little left corner, yes.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yes. I was looking at the other corner.
Alright, so it's the dodgy phone cam. At the best of the times, this camera's shit, but for some reason, even though I've got the high definition app, I've got to restart my computer to do this in high definition. So anyway, so you can see there's no room under the. It's lovely. Now, action's about where we want it, more or less. What are we at? 1 point, yeah, about 2 mil. We kind of want to be even lower than that, but I'm not sure we'll be able to, because the bridge is pretty much bottomed out. Might be a little bit more in it, but it looks like someone's taken a linish to the bridge, because when I took this off, there's all linish marks on the underside of that area that mates against the thumb wheel. But yeah, it's a pretty cool looking guitar. It's got like the Veritone, like the Gibson ripoff happening there with the Veritone screw. It's got some weird grey powder coating there though. Not really. They probably had to do that just to separate itself from Gibson so they didn't get sued. But yeah, besides that, it's a pretty nice guitar. I'm kind of scared of arch tops because they make you sound as shit a guitarist as you actually are. So I just prefer my Strat because it makes me sound like a rock star. But yeah, anyway.
Okay. Oh, now you gotcha. Now you gotcha.
Let's get rid of that.
Alright, I think we're cooking with gas now.
For the value of an Aria, is a nut shim a bad thing? Yeah, probably not. I'm a little bit against nut shims, but I'll give them the option. I'll leave it up to the customer. So I will do that right now. So I'll mute myself for a moment, champs. I'll be back in a tick.
Oh, you want to roll?
Oh yeah. Thank you. What was it, 1.4? Hey?
It's really windy out there.
Yeah.
Mum thinks I'm going to actually fall off the wagon because I'm talking about booze.
she commented, did she?
Yeah.
Mm.
SMS.
The blue one. Black is there. Yellow.
Come on, talk to the camera.
Oh, busy. Just trying to get my meter in there. That'll do.
Can't be too hard on you. I'm the one that put you up to it. You didn't really have much say in the matter.
Oh, you shit switch. Yeah, the switch has got resistance. Give it a clean.
Come on, smoke guys, so leave me alone.
Hang on, what the fuck?
G'day, this is Dallas. Dallas, it's Brad from Brad's Guitar Garage. How you doing? Just a quick one, mate. I'm working on the Aria Pro 2 and I just straightened the neck up and all of the strings are hitting pretty hard on the first fret, so I would suggest
That's all right.
replacement of nut in order to get the correct relief on the neck instead of having it like a big bow. Are you happy to put another, say, $130-ish at the new nut and blank? Yeah. No worries. I can shim it, but it just looks a bit naff having the shims under the nut, that's all. Yeah, absolutely. I should have it knocked over today. Yeah, all good. You're in the same state of mind as me, mate. No worries. Well, I'll see you Monday then. Thanks, mate. See ya.
He's gone ahead with a new nut.
Good shit.
Alright, so I'm going to make some lunch. Because it's 12:57 PM. Just FYI, legends.
Yeah, we've still got a difference here, Lane.
You still got a difference? Fuck.
Well, maybe they're... shit, I don't know what they're doing. You've, in the middle position, well,
Yep.
there we've got about 1.5 ohms. That's including wiring, I suppose. Get me lead out. Yeah. And same there. That's what you'd expect. About the same. At a middle position, got 71 ohms there.
Mm-hmm.
And there we've got fucking 1.6.
Oh, what?
You go to the next position, about 227. And 224. That's right. So
What the
there's
so they fucked up the wiring.
yeah, they fucked up the wiring on the switch.
So it's throwing it. Oh, hang on,
See?
hang on. That's gone back. Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's never been right.
No.
So in medium, it's throwing one side way off.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
This is what we mean about mods, champions.
Oh Jesus. So I'll figure that out.
You have to reverse engineer mods to find out if they did what they were even trying to do.
We're getting there. Is
Jesus.
Elaine looking?
I'm half a mind to just not take anything that's been modded from now on, eh? It's that much of a time suck.
One problem with Elaine's shirts.
Yeah. Oh, no pocket. Elaine, you got to put pockets on your shirts. I think he's long gone. He was there this morning, but... Oh, you're right.
It's been dragging me feet.
Jesus. Will make a great slide guitar. Yeah, it would make a good slide guitar. They made Vantage too. Best bridge design 1880. 9 ply neck though. How many ply is this? None. This is one piece. Just don't shim it with foam core. Why have you seen that done, Wes? The electronics are always jank, but you can replace them. Yeah, actually, I'll check that now before I go too far. Sounds great. Alright. Yeah, everything's good. I think they just need a bit of a lube. Don't we all? Oh, camera's gone again. Poor little camera's getting a bit warm. She's had a tough life. What are you doing? Walking in the shit?
Walk in the shit, mate.
Fuck, it's time to finish you off.
Not even pissed.
No. That's the problem when you don't drink. You got no excuse for stumbling around like a dumbass.
No. Alright.
Here we go. Alright, I'll make some lunch.
Okay, I'll just track this thing through.
Did I just leave my phone there?
Black one.
Oh, yeah, fuck, it's right.
Black one.
Naked gun scene. Brad wears lav into water closet. Yeah, that was a good scene. Oh, I've got pizza. Here's me cutting up rolls, thinking we're gonna eat something healthy. Do you want to eat something healthy or?
Well, what do you got?
We definitely do not have pizza.
No. No, what?
We've got pizza.
Really?
Yes.
What did you think?
No, Shell dropped it off.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
I was going to make it a healthy roll, but now we want pizza.
Oh, well, then we'll have a roll after that.
No, I'll have a roll. Let's have a roll, eh?
No, I'll get some pizza.
No, I got to have a roll.
Get some Vegemite. We didn't get any tomatoes, have we?
Yeah, we got ham, we got tomato, don't we?
No. Oh, half.
Here we go.
Let's
What?
do it. Sunshine.
Trying to not eat pizza 2 meals in a row. Chushingaki. I hate bad modders. It devalues what we do. Yes, it does, because they often do the mods for nothing too. They do it really cheap, and they talk them up, and they market their mods, even though they're very protective of them, because I think even in their minds sometimes they don't know what the mods are actually doing. So they're like very protective, because if actual people that know electronics see them, they'll go, well, that's dumb, because you shouldn't do that for this reason and this reason and this reason, and they'll get exposed. Or someone else will steal them because they're magical and they'll make money off them instead of them. I don't know. I can't figure modders out. Wunderbar didn't work too well. I don't know what that means. Anyone here a fan of the vintage Roller Celestion G1280? I don't think I've ever had one, to be honest. Mine had Goto tram, so I just put in a new Floyd on it.
White one.
I had a Strat 12. Is that what? A 12 string Strat? Ran singles on A and B so I could do bends. Ah, it's a smart move. Because they're the same octave anyway. Put a single on A and B, yeah. Might steal that idea. Thanks, Lyle. Yeah, Six has got a couple of Chushingaki guitars at the moment. He's been slowly listing them on his website and marketplace and stuff.
I'm told you cunt.
Did you just say the C word?
No.
Demonetized. Thanks to Dad.
I didn't say that. Count 1, 2, 3.
You know you're Australian when your dad demonetizes your videos because of this behaviour.
They didn't have him, did it?
I don't know. Just joking. It's only a matter of time till it does. He dropped a C-bomb while the customer was in the shop the other day. I was trying to talk over him. I'm like, oh yeah, come over here, look at this.
No, I'm just old, mate.
Huh?
I'm just old.
That's your excuse and you're sticking to it, eh?
Yep. I'm going to pull this bloody switch out. See what's going on.
See this nice, fresh ham and salad roll instead of leftover pizza.
Well, as it comes.
Have we got lettuce? Yes, we do. Oop. Talk amongst yourselves, champions.
Here it is, Red.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah.
That's the second time you found it, though.
Yeah. No, this is the middle position medium. Has got a bridge between the two bloody great solder joints about 5 mil apart.
Oh, yeah? So he had the right idea. He's just
Shit soldering.
Just shit soldering.
Yeah. I've got to take a photo of that.
Wow. Wonder how much he charged for that. That never worked and was never confirmed as working because he never tested anything after he did it.
And we've got the evidence here, mate.
Chewing noises.
Yep.
Mayonnaise dispenser noises. Get out. Out of mayo. That's probably for the better.
Yep.
Big blob of solder. You show the champions?
No, I didn't. There we go. There's the, I don't think you can see it. I can't see a bloody thing. I don't think you can see it, but there it is.
There you go. Lunchtime.
Go and sit down.
Yeah. Alright, legends, we might piss off and have lunch. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
And
Nice chatting with you.
yeah. We'll get this one knocked on the head and send you
Well-
some new videos soon.
It's a bloody ripper.
It's good, isn't it? I'll just do my droid cam thing, hang on. I'll show them what the source of the problem was.
Oh, yeah, that and the fuse holders.
And-
Crack solder joints all over the fuse
It was
holders.
that was probably the fluctuation, and now
Yeah.
that's the imbalance.
Yeah. Imbalance in the middle position.
The imbalance. Oh, there we go. Oop. There we go. So that intermittent solder bridge there, that's not a link wire.
It's not intermittent, it's
Oh, it's
solid.
not intermittent, that's solid. Sorry, the intermittency was the fuses,
Yeah, fuse holders.
the fuse holders,
Crack solder joints.
and and that meant that one side was always
At ground.
at ground, despite the other side being supposedly
Cathode bias.
hybrid bias. Yeah. Whoopsie daisy. So now
Yeah.
you know, legends.
We don't give up.
Yeah.
It takes longer, but I can afford the time.
I can't.
Don't say that. You'll get suspended.
All right, legends. So we're gonna piss off. So take it squeezy,
Yep.
and I'll see you on the bloody next one, eh?
Yeah.
And I'll try and get some new videos done soon as things calm down a bit. So at the moment the limiting factor is time, but you know, when I develop that time machine that I'm working on out the back, I'll go back and make some videos and come back and yeah. So take it easy and have a good one. Get a dog up ya.